A guy reincarnates into another world, awakening a powerful ability called water manipulation. A skill that doesn't just make water his domain but also lets him tame fierce aquatic beasts, turning them into his loyal pets. But he doesn't stop there. He evolves them, pushing them past their natural limits until they become terrifying sea monsters. Now let's dive in. The story takes place in a distant land where Ling stood dazed, taking in the breathtaking view of the rising sun. The golden light painted the sky, and the fresh, cold breeze of the morning filled his lungs. It was peaceful, almost surreal, but before he could fully lose himself in the moment, his father's voice called out to him, snapping him back as if it were a sound he hadn't heard in years. Yet despite that, it felt familiar, warm, comforting. Without a second thought, he rushed to his father, determined to make the most of the day. They spent the morning on the lake, checking on the fish they had caught. It was like any other day, but it was fun, probably the most fun he had in a long time, like how a crab managed to latch onto his foot, his father nearly choking on their food from laughing too hard, and even leaving some carved scribbles on the side of their boat just for the hell of it. It was simple, but it was enough to make him forget everything else. He hadn't even realized how quickly time passed until the sun was already setting. But before heading back with their catch, they decided to sit by the shore and enjoy the view a little longer. That was when he noticed a red carp swimming by, its scales glimmering under the fading sunlight. It was a rare sight, and so, without hesitation, Lean dived into the water. But the moment he hit the surface, the fish was gone, and everything around him. The lake was empty, with no signs of life, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move forward, like something was holding him in place. And suddenly, his chest tightened, his limbs grew heavier, and the only thing on his mind was hoping his father would pull him out. But the world around him dimmed, and just like that, he woke up. Except his father wasn't there. Instead, two strangers stood in front of him. And that's when reality hit. The day with his father was all just a dream. In truth, he was tied up, captured by these bastards. Zhang had tricked him, making him believe he was guiding them, but in reality, they just wanted to use him as bait for the water monster. A cruel fate, but Lean remained calm because this wasn't his first life. Lean was a transmigrator from another world. It had already been a month since he arrived in this world, taking over this body. The original owner had died from an illness, and somehow he ended up here in his place. His mother had died in childbirth, leaving him to be raised by his father alone, and for years it was just the two of them until 3 months ago when his father succumbed to a respiratory disease. But now, all those emotions, the grief, the loneliness, and the longing, had become his own, and that was something new for him, as he had never known what it felt like to grow up with a family. Still, in the past month, he had adapted to the former owner's relationships and daily life. And he had also discovered something else. This world wasn't normal. It possessed extraordinary powers. People here could train their bodies and minds to reach incredible states, surpassing human limits. Those who succeeded were called cultivators. But it wasn't just humans who could evolve through training, animals could too. And those who did were known as mythical beasts. And speaking of the devil, one had just appeared right below them. Even Zhang, a seasoned cultivator, felt his legs go weak the moment he laid eyes on it. He had expected the water beast to be about half a meter long, but it turned out the info was all wrong. The moment it surfaced, it easily rocked the boat, sending ripples of panic through everyone on board. Still, Zhang wasn't the type to go down without a fight. He had trained for 10 years, and if this thing wanted to swallow them whole, it would have to work for it. So the second the beast lunged closer, he went all in, unleashing his strongest move to meet it halfway. But it was huge. Its jaws alone were bigger than him, and before he could even process what was happening, he was gone, swallowed whole like a bit-sized snack, and the boat shattered into pieces in the process. And so, the old guy was absolutely panicking. He never planned to die here. This wasn't part of the script. But the way things were going, he needed a plan, and fast, and that's when the bright idea hit him. So without hesitation, he stabbed our boy's hand and shoved him straight into the water, hoping the blood would serve as a distraction. And because Ling was still tied up, his body sank straight down, dragged by the weight of his restraints. But he wasn't going down without a fight. He thrashed against the ropes, then bit at them. His teeth clamped down hard, tearing at the rough fibers. It wasn't easy, but after a few agonizing moments, the ropes loosened just enough for him to break free. But now there was another problem. His oxygen was running out, and he had already sunk too deep. His vision blurred, darkness creeping in at the edges. And that's when a vision started appearing again. His father's arm extended toward him, and though Ling knew it wasn't real, his body moved on instinct, reaching out. And that's when his hand found something solid. It was a log. The same log from his father's boat, the one they had carved their faces into all those years ago. A rush of emotions hit him all at once: gratitude, relief, even a small bit of warmth despite the freezing water around him somehow. Even in death, his father had saved him once again. But that moment didn't last, because the blood from his wound had already spread, and the monster had caught his scent before he could react. Sharp teeth clamped onto his leg. The next thing he knew, he was being dragged downward. Deeper into the lake, the pressure built up in his chest, and the light from above faded completely as the beast pulled him into the depths of its lair, and what he saw there sent a shiver down his spine. Countless bodies, long since devoured, wrecked boats, shattered into pieces, and treasure, piles of it, glimmering like a cruel joke in the darkness. This was it. He had done everything he could to survive. But it was obvious now there was no escaping this. So, with what little breath he had left, he closed his eyes and whispered a silent apology to his father, because soon he would be joining him. But the water beast was just like, "Cut that out," and slammed him to the ground, toying with him like a predator playing with its food. Pain shot through his body, but then something happened. His blood, drifting through the water, seeped into the lake bed and touched something ancient. A forgotten treasure buried beneath the wreckage. A water cauldron, and within it, an ancient being stirred. In that moment, power surged through Ling's body. Something foreign, yet strangely familiar. It adapted to him, shaping itself into a form he could instinctively understand. Something akin to the games he used to play before he transmigrated. A power manifested in the form of a game system, and its primary ability, water manipulation. The change was immediate. The water around him was no longer his enemy. It was his domain. His wounds closed, his body strengthened, and suddenly, it felt as if he was standing on solid ground, as if water resistance no longer existed for him, making him question how any of this was possible. And as if responding to his thoughts, a system notification popped up, explaining everything he had obtained. A skill, water control, which granted him the ability to manipulate water currents and allowed breathing underwater. A powerful skill, one that turned the depths of the lake into his battlefield. But before he could even process his newfound abilities, the beast struck again, lunging forward to finally devour him. But this time, Ling wasn't helpless with just a thought. The water twisted and surged, catching the beast mid-swim and suspending it in place. A rush of power filled him, an intoxicating feeling that made him realize that as long as he was underwater, he had no limits. But reality quickly set in. This power was new. He had only just awakened it, meaning his control was far from perfect. The beast struggled, breaking free from his grip. It lunged again, but with his newfound mobility, he easily dodged the attack, slipping through the water like it was second nature. Still, dodging alone wouldn't get him anywhere. Without a weapon, he needed another way to take this beast down. And just as that thought crossed his mind, the system responded. Turns out, he wasn't just a simple waterbender. He had another skill called blood domination. Through his own blood, he could inscribe ancient runes, forming a contract with aquatic spirit beasts, a revelation that made his pulse quicken, as this was exactly what he needed. And in just a second he already had a plan. The moment the beast surged toward him again, he used water control, forcing it to stop just long enough to inscribe the necessary runes, creating a blood domination talisman. As soon as the beast broke free from his water hold, he weaved around its massive form and slammed the talisman onto its head. But forming a contract was easier said than done. It was a battle of spiritual force. The beast fought back, lashing out with the intent to crush his very soul. His vision darkened, his body stiffened, and for a moment, it felt like the creature's will was completely overwhelming his own. But unfortunately for it, our boy had a soul that had lived twice, and with its combined strength, Lin was able to push back. His soul energy surged and overpowered the beast's resistance. And in the end he won. The contract was sealed, and thus Lin floated back to the surface, breaking through the water with a deep, desperate inhale. The air filled his lungs, and for the first time since the whole ordeal began, He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The beast emerged right after him. No longer an enemy, but an ally. Its massive form loomed over the lake, its eyes locked onto Lin with newfound reverence. It had fully submitted to him. Still, there was one problem. He couldn't exactly stroll back into the village with a big-ass water beast at his side. That would cause all kinds of problems. So, he ordered it to stay behind, and thanks to their newly formed spiritual link, he could summon it whenever he needed, and vice versa, and with that, the beast disappeared into the depths, retreating to its hidden lair. A good place to lay low. And as for Lin, it was time to get out of here. The next day, the old man who had thrown Lin in as bait arrived at the village, dragging along his crew and steward Jiang. They weren't here for condolences. Assuming Lin was already dead, the old geezer had his sights set on something else. His father's fortune in his mind. It was compensation for the botched mission. After all, their plan had failed, Xiao was dead, and someone had to pay for it. With that in mind, they marched straight to Lin's house. The moment they reached the door, they kicked it wide open, expecting an empty room. Instead, they froze, because standing right there was Lin. For a moment, the entire group just stared, dumbfounded, but that shock didn't last long. Steward Jiang's face twisted in pure rage toward the old geezer, as he hadn't checked his facts right, but it didn't matter. The steward was already convinced that Lin was responsible for botching the mission, and someone had to take the fall for it. So he didn't even hesitate, ordering his men to restrain him and teach him a lesson. Apparently, Xiao's death wasn't just an inconvenience. It had cost Jiang a lot of money, not to mention the entire village was now in danger because the beast was still out there, and according to them, that was all Lin's fault, which obviously was complete nonsense. So, Lin refuted everything, pinning the real blame back onto the old man. But of course, the bastard was too cunning to let himself get cornered. Instead, he flipped the pointing out Lin's miraculous survival. How could a brat possibly return alive unless he was working with the beast? And just like that, the accusation changed. Now Lin wasn't just a troublemaker, he was a monster. He had controlled the water beast. He was responsible for Xiao's death. It was an absurd claim, but Lin wasn't a stranger to being labeled a freak in his previous life. He had been an orphan, so the kids in school looked at him like he was some bad omen, a walking misfortune. Rumors spread that orphans were cursed or had a habit of stealing. And no matter what he did, the stigma never left. But he wasn't about to roll over and take it, because he wasn't weak, and if there was one thing he refused to let happen, it was getting pushed around. Especially by someone uglier than him. This bastard was already missing a tooth. So Lin decided to help him add a few more to the count. And now was no different. Even if it meant revealing his power, Lin wasn't folding to these bastards. Not now, not ever. So without hesitation, he tackled the old geezer, shoving him back with enough force to send him stumbling, and locked onto the nearest basin of water. They wanted him to be a monster so bad, but he'd show them what a real monster looked like. Water surged up his arm, twisting and coiling like a living serpent. His anger sharpened his focus, and for a moment, he was ready to take every single one of them to the grave. But just as he was about to unleash hell, his childhood friend appeared, rushing in alongside the village chief. The chief's voice cut through the chaos, carrying a weight that even Steward Jiang couldn't ignore. And even though the old man looked ancient, he was still an official of the dynasty, someone with real authority that meant Jiang couldn't do anything. And so, the steward had no choice but to comply. But before storming off, he shot the chief a glare filled with venom as he assured them that his master, Xiao, would hear about this. But the old G wasn't fazed. He knew this was just a hollow threat, because even the steward's master would bow to him after that. Lin let out a slow breath, then turned to the village chief, giving him a nod of thanks, and with nothing else left to do, they left as well. But Lin knew better. This wasn't the end. Situations like this would keep happening over and over unless he did something about it. So, he made a decision. If he wanted to survive in this world, he had to use his system to the fullest and get stronger, fast. That's when he noticed something strange. His water essence was increasing. At first he wasn't sure why, but then it clicked. His crocodile pet had something to do with it. Intrigued, he waited for nightfall before heading back to the lake, and then activated his spirit link to call out to his water beast. And when it finally surfaced, it was bit-sized, completely surprising Lin, and he was about to start asking questions when the system chimed in, explaining that due to being subdued, contracted beasts could adjust their body size at will to manage energy consumption, and that actually made sense. But he wasn't here to admire his pet's new party trick. He wanted to know where this water essence was coming from, so he commanded his little companion to show him the way immediately. The croc dived in and Lin followed the water beast, led him deeper into the lake, weaving through the murky depths before slipping into a hidden underwater cave. The moment Lin stepped inside, his eyes widened. Countless legendary spirit plants sprawled across the cave floor. Glowing faintly with rich spiritual energy, he reached out, brushing his fingers against one. And immediately a system prompt popped up, giving him the option to absorb. This was a loot drop he wasn't about to pass up. In this world, spiritual materials and treasures absorbed extraordinary energies over time, making them incredibly valuable spirit plants. In particular, possessed unique effects depending on their properties, and rumor had it that in Shao Manor's backyard, there was a frozen pond where special vines grew at the bottom. These vines were so rare and powerful that Master Shao used them to lure cultivators into servitude. That's how precious they were, and yet here he was, standing in a cave full of them. If he absorbed them, they would definitely boost his water essence. Exactly what he needed, so without wasting any time, he got to work. He gathered everything he could. He considered asking his beast for help, but when he glanced over, the croc was already full, having eaten a few plants itself. It was already bloated and floating around, so he decided to let it rest. It had earned a nap for leading him here. After gathering everything, Ling wasted no time. He started devouring the plants, and with just one plant, his water essence increased by 1. Not only that, these spirit plants were delicious, which made it way too easy for him to gobble them up one after another. He kept eating, absorbing as much water essence as possible. The more he had, the better his fusion with aquatic spirits, and the faster his aquatic beasts could evolve. And there were a lot of plants, so much so that for a moment he became a fat ass, but it was worth it as he had gained 25 water essence. Immediately, he invested it into his fusion with the water monkey bloodline, increasing it from 5 to 7. 5, a significant boost in power. With this, he was confident that if he ever ran into those from before, he could take them on easily. But that could wait. Right now, he had a more pressing issue. He was broke, and autumn was coming to an end. During this season, crocodiles slowed down due to hibernation, meaning he couldn't rely on them for hunting when that time came. So the plan was simple. He needed to exploit them now and get as much profit as possible before they became useless. With that in mind, he had his croc hunt as many fish as it could, stacking up a huge haul and selling them. And the merchants in this world weren't like the hustling vendors from his previous life. They were way easier to convince. Just like that, his financial struggles were covered. Now he was on to the next step. It was time to settle things with that old geezer who tried to set him up, but before he could even make a move, the bastard set himself up perfectly. Apparently, the old man was trying to search for him to apologize for the misunderstanding earlier, and to show his sincerity, he invited to a meal on his boat, just the two of them, which made Lin nearly laugh out loud. It was so blatantly obvious what he was trying to do, but instead of calling him out, he played along because this was exactly what he wanted. A few hours before the meetup, the old geezer was getting his ass handed to him. The steward's men had beaten him to a pulp for his failure. For the first time ever, the steward had been embarrassed in front of so many people, and he wasn't about to let that slide, but killing the old man now would be a waste. Their master Shao still had use for him because Shao needed materials to refine his pills, and not just any materials. He needed a true orphan child, and so, the old geezer was to abduct Lin to send a clear message that they were not to be messed with and to secure the rare material Shao needed, and if he did his job right he was promised immortality. That alone made him go absolutely crazy enough to accept a power-boosting seal, something that would push his strength far beyond his limits just for this one mission. With this, the old geezer felt confident that capturing Lin alive would be easy. But before resorting to brute force, he decided to take a smarter approach, and that was poison. The plan was simple: lace the soup with a toxin that wouldn't kill, just weaken Lin enough to keep him from screaming or resisting. Unfortunately for him, Lin had zero patience for that. Instead of taking a sip, he chose violence first. With a flick of his hand, a stream of water shot out, and before the old man could react, it wrapped around his head, suffocating him on the spot. He struggled, clawing at the invisible grip tightening around his face, but it was useless. He couldn't even scream if he wanted to. And then everything went black. The next thing he knew, he was waking up to darkness. Night had fallen. His body ached, his mind spun, and the worst part, he was tied up. Immediately, he asked Lin what he was planning to do, as if he was innocent. But Lin wasn't buying it. He already had the proof in his hands that the old man had been bribed. And with that, Lin knew exactly what to do. He had the perfect place for people like him. The same spot where they had first encountered the water beast, except this time, the beast belonged to him. The old man wanted him to be a monster so badly. Then he would give him what he wanted. Suddenly, the guy had a change of heart. He realized he never wanted Lin to be a monster. So he apologized profusely and promised to tell him everything if he spared his life. Fortunately for him, Lin agreed, prompting the old man to spill everything, that the steward wanted to abduct him, and not just him, other orphans as well, because to the Jiao mansion, they weren't people, they were materials used to refine a celestial pill, a pill that could grant immortality. And as soon as this info left the old man's mouth, he realized how bad it was that he was an accomplice. So to save his skin, he reasoned out that he was a victim too, that he was only forced to do it. But unfortunately, Lin didn't care, forced or not. The old bastard already knew too much about him. That alone sealed his fate. No matter what excuse he gave, he wasn't leaving here alive. But that didn't mean Lin was safe. The Xiao family's influence wouldn't just sit idle. The old man's sudden disappearance would eventually lead them straight to him. And when that happened, he needed a way out. His only option now was to become a cultivator fast. The quickest way to do that was to join a martial arts school. In Pingyang City, there were 3 martial schools, but only one was the strongest. And that was the Yang School. It was said that the master of Yang School possessed a legendary ability, able to break gold and stone with his bare hands. That kind of power and reputation was what kept the school at the top. And if Lin joined them, then the Xiao family wouldn't dare to touch him so easily, because if a member of the school disappeared, the Yang School wouldn't just let it slide. The problem now was the requirements to get accepted. He needed at least 8 taels of silver, and right now he only had 2, which meant it was time to make more money. With this in mind, he dove into the water to hunt again. His swimming had improved a lot over the past few days, mostly thanks to his pet, which had become his sparring partner for speed training. Because of this, he developed a technique using his water control energy to compress water beneath his feet as much as possible before releasing it all at once. The problem was that it didn't last long and drained his energy way too fast, so he could only use it for a quick boost. But just when he thought things would go as usual, a peculiar fish appeared. It swam with a bright red glow, definitely a spiritual fish. In this world, some creatures could evolve under the influence of special energy, mutating in unexpected ways. Things like giant scorpion beetles, 2-headed razor-tooth sharks, or iron-fin whales were all prime examples. And right in front of him were 2 spiritual fish, an opportunity he couldn't afford to pass up. So he quickly ordered his croc to lock in, shifting back to its original size to chase one of the fish while he went after the other. With his new technique, he easily caught up, using his water manipulation to create a bubble that stopped the fish from swimming. Just like that, he caught it without much trouble. But just as he was about to celebrate, something much stronger stirred in the depths. He had just placed the fish in his basket when a massive water beast wrapped around him and slammed him straight into the lake bed. That definitely startled him, but this wasn't the time to pass out. He locked in, only to realize it was the rumored 6-barbed fish that devoured people. And to make things worse, this son of a fish had tricks just like him, forming a massive water orb to attack. Unfortunately for it, Ling was way more powerful. He shattered the orb before it could even fully charge up, but that only pissed the beast off. It lashed out with its tail. Thankfully, the croc slid in just in time to intercept, and before the beast could even recover, the croc hit it with a primary lotus special, slamming it straight into the ground. And that's where Ling came in to capture it with his blood talisman. But it seemed like this water beast had way stronger spiritual energy than the croc, and that's when things got messy. Ling's body started spazzing out, and his system crashed with tons of warning messages about mental overload. But this was now or never. If he backed down, this beast would straight up eat them. So his will to live was greater, and in the end he managed to subdue it just like the croc. The beast instantly shrank into a chunky dude to conserve energy, and the best part? Could evolve into a tiger-head whale. Since it was already round and pudgy, he figured Chunny was the perfect name. With that taken care of, He went to check on the loot, and sure enough, the croc had captured the other spiritual fish. He gave it a well-deserved head pat. Feeling grateful to celebrate, he decided to cook some fish for them. He also cooked a smaller spiritual fish to see if he could extract some water essence from it, and luckily he did, 18 points worth. That had him ecstatic. If a small spirit fish yielded that much, then a bigger one should give at least triple. That meant he could definitely break past a 10 fusion rate, but as tempting as it was, he also needed money to get into school. So for now, he held back and focused on getting that cash first. Ling had just entered the Ixing market, where tons of people had gathered to buy goods. He had come here to sell his spiritual fish, confident that this was the perfect place to attract the right customers. But even so, he was still caught off guard by the sheer number of people packed into the marketplace, making him wonder if there was some kind of celebration going on, and that's when he spotted a man holding up another spiritual fish. It didn't take long to figure out what was happening. A member of the Qin family had just arrived, and apparently he had brought his own spiritual fish to show off. So that's why the crowd was this massive. But instead of feeling discouraged, Ling only grew more excited. This was the perfect opportunity, so without wasting a second, he pushed his way through the crowd, eager to see what the guy had caught. And of course, he wasn't here just to spectate. He was a master manipulator, so the moment he got close, he made sure to use his limelight, proudly displaying the spirit fish he had caught. But to his surprise, instead of drawing excitement, the crowd reacted with confusion. It wasn't met with awe, but with outright rejection. People started saying it didn't look like a spiritual fish at all, just some ugly, deformed creature that only a clueless newbie would bother catching. And before he knew it, the mockery began. The crowd didn't hold back, openly laughing at him. Even the Qin guy, the so-called expert in spirit fish, was smirking like he was watching a fool embarrass himself. But that's when a cultivator arrived, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. It was Hui, a respected master from the Yang martial arts school, and since Qin was standing closer, the cultivator's gaze naturally fell on the crimson bloodfish in his hands. Without hesitation, he asked for the price. And since Qin recognized the man's high status, he wasn't about to throw out a number himself. Instead, he humbly let the cultivator decide what he thought was fair, and with that, Hui casually offered 3 taels. The moment the words left his mouth, Qin immediately started tweaking. This amount was way more than he ever expected. But just as the deal was about to wrap up, Ling suddenly whipped out his own fish for the cultivator to see. The onlookers, still riding high on their mockery, thought he was just setting himself up for humiliation. Some even chuckled, convinced he was about to get completely shut down, except the cultivator's reaction was the complete opposite. The moment his eyes landed on the creature, he was excited. He identified it as a horned pommet, a rare and highly valued spirit fish, and just like that, he immediately offered 6 liangs for it. With this, the entire market was shocked. They were actually dead wrong, and that amount of money was more than what most families could save in generations. Now they realized who the stupid one was, and it definitely wasn't Ling. Even Qin, who had just been basking in his own success, was left speechless. No amount of arrogance could cover the fact that Ling had just outshined him completely. But with this amount of money, shock turned to envy. One guy in the crowd even had the nerve to make a veiled threat against Ling, disguising it as a joke. But Ling didn't mind at all and simply went on with the transaction, completely unbothered by the stares. And with that, Qin had no choice but to back away, knowing full well that his fish was no longer of any interest to the cultivator. But before he could give the fish, Ling, being smart, saw an opportunity. He decided to dig for more information. If his fish was worth double the price of a crimson bloodfish, he wanted to know why. So he casually asked the cultivator about it, and luckily for him, Hui was in a good mood and didn't mind explaining. It turned out that this particular fish was a key ingredient in medicine used to craft special pills. These pills weren't just ordinary supplements, they strengthened essence and refined energy, helping cultivators break through the blood flow barrier, a crucial stage in martial cultivation. And as fate would have it, Hui was currently at that exact bottleneck, making this fish extremely useful to him. With this, Ling's perspective widened. He had only been thinking about selling fish for money, but now he realized their true value in cultivation. This was huge. Grateful for the insight, he sincerely thanked the cultivator. Knowing that this knowledge would serve him well in the future a little while later, Ling sat in an alley counting his money when someone appeared behind him. It was Li Bo, his childhood friend, who had come looking for him after hearing about what had happened. He then congratulated Ling for bringing pride to their village, something Ling definitely appreciated. But since the opportunity was right in front of him, he also took a moment to thank Li Bo for bringing the village chief when he needed help. And as a friend, Li Bo couldn't help but tease him, saying that if he was really that grateful, he should hand over the 6 taels of silver he had just gotten from his sale. Obviously, Ling ignored that completely and instead got straight to the point, asking how much it actually cost to enroll in the young martial arts school, which, to his surprise, made Li Bo really excited, especially since his father was just about to send him there. As well, the school charged 7 taels of silver for basic enrollment without lodging or meals, 10 taels if those were included, and 20 taels if one wanted to add medicinal baths to their training. It was pricier than the other 2 cities, but it was also the most prestigious, which made it worth it. Ling thought the same, so he couldn't help but smile. He could definitely enter the school with his budget. With everything he had earned over the past few days, he had gathered 9 taels of silver in total. So without hesitation, he told Li Bo they could sign up together tomorrow, which excited him even more since the timing worked out perfectly for both of them. But just as the moment felt right, their excitement was cut short as Ling's passive abilities suddenly activated, sharpening his senses in a way that sent a chill down his spine. He could hear conversations of people nearby as long as they were also close to a water source. And this time, the voices came from none other than the Shao Manor. What he heard made his stomach drop. They weren't just talking about something random. They were specifically tracking him down, and this was bad, absolutely bad. If they were already on to him, he needed to power up fast. So without wasting another second, as soon as night fell, Ling returned to the lake. And to his surprise, Chunny had managed to catch another spirit fish. So without wasting any time, he decided to eat it. But he wasn't some brute who just devoured things raw. Instead, he cooked it properly, adding some seasoning and making a soup out of it, and the result was absolutely amazing. The flavors blended together so well that even just the soup alone filled his mouth with an unbelievably rich taste. His pets were practically drooling from the aroma, eyes locked on the fine meal in front of them. Fortunately for them, Ling wasn't the type to keep good food all to himself. He generously shared portions with his companions, making sure everyone got their fill, and with that, both the meal and the rewards were satisfying. This spirit fish granted him 24 water essence, far greater than the horned pommet, which had only given him 18. With this, he immediately used it to refine his power, and just as he expected, the energy surging through him was much stronger than before. His fusion had now reached nearly 12%, making him itch for a good fight just to see how much he had actually improved. But that wasn't all. His water control had grown considerably too. If he wanted to, he could even lift this chunky little guy high into the air without breaking a sweat. But as he glanced at his beast, something else caught his attention. Their evolution requirements seemed to have dropped, and the only thing he did was feed them. It had decreased from 800 to 779. That was insane. This was an incredible realization. The water cauldron was turning out to be even more valuable than he first thought, which made him question its origins. Was it a product of nature or the creation of something greater? The answer had to lie within the cauldron itself. So he summoned it for a closer look. And to his surprise, he noticed something interesting. The carvings showed a water monkey engraved on one side, but also a winged dragon on the other, along with other strange creatures, one with a human head and a snake's body, plus a mysterious figure cloaked in a robe. This could give him a clue about what it truly held. But that was just speculation. He didn't want to get ahead of himself just yet. Overthinking wouldn't do him any good right now. He needed to focus, especially since he was about to enroll in a martial arts school tomorrow. And just like that, the next day arrived. The two of them were now traveling through the mountains in a carriage, and if Ling had to be honest, Li Bo's boundless enthusiasm was already making him question whether he should have just gone to school alone. The younger one was practically bouncing in his seat, way too excited for the ride. A little while later, they arrived at Pyong City, a bustling hub where people from different villages gathered to trade their goods. The streets were packed, the air buzzing with chatter and the scent of freshly cooked street food. There was so much to see that the two couldn't help but get swept up in the atmosphere, deciding to take a quick detour and explore. They tried out different foods, checked out handcrafted art that was unlike anything they were used to, and even stumbled upon a rather bizarre show of strength, a man lying flat on bricks while some buff guy hammered him with his thing. A truly shocking sight, to say the least. Meanwhile, as they wandered through the city, a group of men was busy plotting something far less entertaining. They had been eyeing Ling's money for a while now and had originally planned to rob him the day before. But after overhearing that he and Li Bo were headed to the young martial arts school, they realized there was an even bigger opportunity. 2 bags of money instead of one. That thought alone had them practically salivating. Even if they sold their wives, they wouldn't come close to seeing that kind of wealth, so the idea of taking it for themselves was far too tempting to pass up. Still, some of them hesitated. With that much money, they could easily get into trouble with the magistrate's office if they were caught. But their leader shut down their worries, grinning as he assured them that things wouldn't get that far. He would take care of the bodies himself. And besides, no one would ever find out. The 2 kids would definitely take the shortest route to the school, a shortcut barely anyone used. It was the perfect spot for an ambush. And just as they had predicted, the 2 finally appeared. So without wasting a second, the gang stepped out to intercept them. Blocking their path with smug grins, they demanded money, making it clear that Ling and Li Bo had only 2 options: hand it over willingly or end up by the roadside. They even laughed as they said it, as if this was all some sick joke. Unfortunately for them, the joke was about to be on them, because Ling wasn't laughing. No, he had a different kind of smile, a devious one, as he made his decision. If they were so eager to bury someone by the roadside, then he'd gladly grant them their wish. They were about to eat that curb instead. The thugs were immediately pissed, so they didn't hesitate to jump him, but Ling instantly appeared in front and quickly landed a right hook even before they could finish winding up. And our boy was just that fast. He even caught sight of the second guy still mid-motion. Without missing a beat, he slammed his elbow right into that idiot's face. And oh, he wasn't stopping there. Before the guy could even drop to the ground, Ling grabbed him by the hair like he was his personal toy and hurled him straight into their leader. That poor bastard stood there dumbfounded, completely unprepared for the kind of power coming from someone who looked like just another kid. But before he could even process what was happening, Ling's fist had already found its mark, smashing his face straight into the ground like he was planting a damn tree. And he did it so brutally too, because judging by the way that guy's neck was bent, there was no way a mortal would survive that. And the funniest part? Ling hadn't even meant to go that hard. He was just as shocked as his friend. This was his first real fight since leveling up, and now there was no doubt his physical abilities had skyrocketed along with his waterbending powers. Still, seeing what he had just done, his friend couldn't hold back his curiosity. When the hell had Ling become this strong? For as long as he'd known him, he'd never seen him display this kind of power. Did he even need a master at this point? But since spilling the truth wasn't an option, Ling just shrugged it off with the lamest excuse imaginable. Apparently he was a genius all along, and that was that. They needed to get moving since they were already running out of time for school, of course. His friend wasn't buying that nonsense for a second. He knew Ling well enough to know that genius was the last word anyone would use to describe him. But if he didn't want to open up just yet, then fine, he wasn't going to push it. He'd just respect his decision for now. With that, they continued their journey to Yang's sect and soon arrived at its doorstep, where they were greeted by a senior disciple named Xiang. As a formality, they returned the greeting, and with that out of the way, Xiang led them inside, guiding them toward another instructor who would oversee their test and explain what it meant to be a member. This brought them to Senior Hu, the direct disciple of Master Yang. And no, not that ordinary-looking dude, but the one with the luxurious hair, the same man Ling had met at the market, the one who had bought his fish to his surprise, who immediately recognized him, which caught Xiang off guard. Seeing his confusion, Hu casually explained how he had met the junior before, and that small twist of fate made Xiang rather pleased. It meant skipping lengthy introductions and getting straight to business, and so the important part was settled. From now on, the juniors would be under senior brother Hu's guidance, and for tonight, they were allowed to stay in the martial hall. With that sorted, they thanked Xiang and formally greeted Senior Hu, which he acknowledged with respect, but he made it clear he didn't have all day. He was a busy man, so without wasting time, he got straight to the task and instructed them to follow him so he could test their bone structure. And that wasn't something they had been expecting, so they hesitated, which made Senior Hu laugh at how anxious they looked, and so he reassured them that there was nothing to worry about. This was simply his way of determining which cultivation path suited them best, and that was definitely new to these province boys. But Lin wasn't about to stay ignorant, so he seized this opportunity and asked his senior to explain the principles behind this cultivation path he was talking about thankfully, who was a teacher at heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he began explaining. Martial arts were divided into 4 stages. Skin barrier hardened the body like oxide, making the skin tough and resilient, greatly enhancing defense. Flesh barrier strengthened the muscles, allowing a person to lift a grown man with one hand as if it were nothing. Bone barrier unleashed power even more recklessly, making it possible to shatter stone and split monuments. Blood barrier was the final refinement, an all-around enhancement, like embroidery on silk, reinforcing every aspect of the body. At its core, martial cultivation boiled down to one thing, and that was refinement. But for ordinary people, no matter how much they refined their bodies, there was always a limit. And to break past that limit, 2 things were indispensable: technique and medicine. Looking at his juniors, he could see them full of questions about what he meant by that, so he went ahead and gave them an example. He brought up Yang Martial Hall's 3-fist technique. With the right technique, a cultivator could climb upward like stepping onto a stairway to ascend, but that path was steep and treacherous. To climb faster and more steadily, one needed a handrail, and that handrail was medicine. Just like the bullhorn pommet that Ling had sold to him, that fish was exactly the kind of resource cultivators needed for their refinement. And at that moment, a realization dawned on Ling, one that both enlightened and delighted him. With his pets by his side, gathering these medicines wouldn't be a problem at all. He was practically set for life, and senior, who could already tell from their expressions that their minds were racing with possibilities, likely already planning how to take advantage of this newfound knowledge. But before they got too ahead of themselves, he reminded them to take it slow. The martial path was long, and rushing would only lead to setbacks. They needed to focus on each step one at a time, an advice they were grateful for. And with that, they resumed the test, ready to have their bone structures examined. Meanwhile, off to the side, a troublesome group led by Yang Kai from the same sect had locked eyes on Ling. And from the way they carried themselves, it was obvious they were lackeys of the 3rd young master of the Shao Manor, Jian. This guy had taken quite a liking to Ling, and as long as Yang Kai and his followers managed to get rid of him and his friend from the sect, Xian had promised to grant them whatever they wanted. But the real reason Xian was so fixated on Ling wasn't just personal interest. The truth was, the Shao Manor wasn't actually making pills to achieve immortality, at least not in the way people assumed. Instead, they were producing pills to heal Xian. His older brother, Master Shao, believed Ling was the perfect material for refining elixirs, mainly because he was the same age as Xian, and since Xian had been frail since childhood, finding a fetal pill from someone of the same age was becoming increasingly difficult. Ling was the ideal candidate. The problem was that the brat had joined the Yang sect, which meant capturing him would be a whole lot harder. So they needed to find another target, one that wouldn't be missed. Master Shao had more or less given up on the idea, but unfortunately, Xian himself had overheard everything, and there was no way he was going to let some orphan kid stand in his way. Instead of waiting around, he decided to step in personally. If he handled this himself, things would become much easier, and soon he would finally break his shackles and push through to his elixir aperture. Meanwhile, the two had finished checking their bone structures, but Li Bo was still in shock, completely flabbergasted. Even the fact that Ling had a top-tier bone structure, while he himself only ranked at mid-high tier, was just unacceptable. So he was entertaining the idea that the test must have been rigged, which he knew it wouldn't be, but he couldn't help but feel that way. He had always believed they were equals, but now it seemed like he was just some side character in his best friend's story. Still, this wasn't the time to get discouraged, so he pushed those thoughts aside and pressed on. With that settled, the two were about to head to the training grounds when they ran into a familiar face. It was Qin Jichong, the same guy who had been selling spirit fish with Ling the other day, but from the way Li Bo immediately stepped forward and started sizing him up, it was clear that he had more history with this guy than Ling did. The bad blood was obvious, and within seconds the two were already on the verge of fighting right then and there, which, of course, Ling wouldn't allow. If they actually started throwing punches, they'd be in serious trouble, so he stepped in and shut it down before things could get out of hand. Once the tension cooled off, he asked if Jichong was here to practice martial arts too, which he confirmed, and as it turned out, he and Ling had the same goal from the very beginning. He had been selling spirit fish just to save up enough money to enter the school as soon as possible. Which was reassuring. The more people with the same determination, the better. So Ling wasted no time inviting him to join them, especially since Senior who was teaching at the training grounds already, and they couldn't afford to miss such an opportunity. With that in mind, they joined the other members for training. But since they were still new, it felt like their bodies were literally ascending straight into the afterlife. The sheer intensity of the training was far beyond anything they had expected. Their muscles spasmed like crazy. Their limbs felt like jelly, and their breaths came in ragged gasps. Thankfully, just when they were about to collapse, Senior who finally called for a break, sparing them from completely giving in. But the training wasn't over yet. Instructor Lu would be taking over in the afternoon, meaning they had only a brief moment to recover before they got thrown right back into the grind. At this point, Libo was already considering quitting because seriously, this was absolute torture. He wasn't built for this level of pain, which of course, Meichi and Ji Chong burst into laughter, calling him weak-willed without hesitation. But before they could even properly catch their breath, trouble arrived, as Yang Kai and his lackeys started pestering them right away, throwing insults, acting like they owned the place. But that wasn't even the worst part. These guys actually had the audacity to demand 100 coins from them as a donation, claiming that if they paid up, they'd be allowed to stay in the sect, which was straight up ridiculous. Who did they think they were? Even Senior who never treated them like this. And so Libo was ready to throw hands on the spot. Despite knowing his skills weren't exactly on par with theirs, he didn't care. He just wanted the satisfaction of punching at least one of these guys in the face. But before he could make a move, the more level-headed Chin Ji Chong stopped him. Since picking a fight here wouldn't just be reckless, it caused unnecessary trouble for Senior who, which was the last thing they needed. Even Ling hesitated. He wasn't the type to back down, but with his current strength, he wasn't sure if he could handle 3 cultivators at once. And just as he feared, Yang Kai took this moment to boast loudly, declaring that he was about to break through the skin barrier, which of course, meant he was itching to test it out on some newbies like them. This was definitely a fight they couldn't win. If only they were near a river, then Ling would have had a fighting chance. But in their current state, there was no way. This was a losing battle from the start. Thankfully, Senior who decided to come back and check up on the newbies, putting a stop to the nonsense before it could escalate any further. Not only did he shut down the confrontation, but he also made sure Yang Kai and his lackeys were punished for their antics, which only made Yang Kai hate them even more. So they threw out empty threats before finally backing down. But of course, this action didn't sit well with Senior who, he wasn't playing around, so just for that, he made sure their punishment was even greater. But things weren't as easy as they seemed. As they left, Ling caught something through his passive skill. His pet suddenly contacted him through Aqua Sense, warning him about an enemy already in the pond. Which he definitely didn't want to hear, especially since his Lotus Pond was his base for getting stronger. There was no way he would let anything happen to it, so without wasting time, he quickly told the others that he had something to take care of and would be heading home for a bit in the afternoon, then just bolted right out of there. A little while later, as night fell, Li Bo and Qin Ji Chong were strolling around the sect, when Li Bo started wondering why Ling hadn't returned yet, and as expected, Qin Ji Chong wasted no time calling him out, likening him to someone missing their boyfriend, which immediately pissed him off. So the two were just about to start bickering again, but before they could, a sudden round of applause snapped their attention away. Turns out it was Yang Kai with his crew, and from the looks of it, he was ready to finish what he had started earlier. Yang Kai started beating the two like they were nothing more than punching bags. But of course, that wasn't enough for him. His real target wasn't even around, so after throwing a few more punches for fun, Yang Kai turned to Ji Chong and demanded to know where Ling was. But he wasn't about to sell out his friend. So Ji Chong just grabbed the nearest brick and smashed it right into Yang Kai's ugly face. Unfortunately, this guy's skin was tougher than it looked. He didn't even flinch. If anything, he was just pissed, and so he stomped Zikang's face straight into the ground, making sure he understood exactly where he stood. But even that wasn't enough. Nah, Yang Kai was feeling real petty tonight. He knew that messing these two up any further would definitely get him punished. But his intrusive thoughts won, so, without hesitation, he told his minions to keep watch at the gate while he took care of business. The trio nodded and was about to step away. But before they could even move, Li Bo decided to retaliate. And of course, it was obvious it wouldn't work. You see, if your opponent is smiling at you while you charge, You should just back the hell away and call it a day. That's just common sense, but Li Bo just kept going and he paid for it. Yang Kai twisted his arms so hard it might as well have been a lever. Then, just to make sure Li Bo understood his mistake, Yang Kai slammed him to the ground and pinned him like he was about to violate him. But there were better things to do. His real focus was Jichong, the one who had the audacity to slap him with a brick, and if Jichong wanted to play dirty, Yang Kai figured he'd return the favor. This time, he wasn't just going to beat him up, he was going to have fun with those pretty eyes of his. He wanted to see how well Jichong would train once one of them was gone. Meanwhile, Ling had finally made it back to the lake, cruising along with his pets, but even then, something felt off. He couldn't shake the feeling of uneasiness, especially since his lazy croc and Chunny, who was strong enough to be close to the skin realm, had been scared enough to send him a message. Whatever freaked them out wasn't just some random beast, no. This was a true monster. Still, there was no running from it now. If danger was coming, he had to face it head on. So as soon as they reached the area where the beast had last been, Ling pressed on, but to his surprise, there was no monster in sight, just the destruction it left behind. And judging by the sheer level of damage, it was big. That meant he had to find it fast. To do that, he needed every ounce of energy he could get, so without wasting any time, he transformed his pets back to their cute sizes and activated Aquavision. Thankfully, after significantly upgrading his fusion level, his underwater perception had expanded from 1M to 6M, letting him capture seabed details way more clearly. And with that, tracking the beast became much easier. But the second he locked onto it, his expression shifted. Because this thing didn't just meet his expectations, it exceeded them. He had been generous with his estimation. This mofo was straight up from Aquaman, a big-ass crab with massive appendages and claws. It was way bigger than both of his beasts combined. Even if they merged together, and with that kind of size, it should have developed sentience. According to Instructor Who, any beast that surpasses the skin realm is considered a spirit beast, so it was safe to say this crab had reached that level. But then again, it couldn't be too strong, otherwise his lazy croc and Chunny wouldn't have had a chance to escape in the first place, but that didn't mean it was weak either. Defeating it wouldn't be easy. And without any preparations, they were truly at a disadvantage, which made him question whether they should even fight it now, because this wasn't part of his plans or anything. But then again, uncertainty, accidents, and danger had always been a part of his life. The events that change one's fate require risk, and the most meaningful things often happen by chance. And he had always overcome these challenges by adapting to the situation and making the most out of it. Besides, the pond was his domain, and he wasn't in the habit of letting go of what was already in his grasp. So without hesitation, he decided to kill the monster in front of him, transforming his pets back to their original forms. And I don't know about you, but even though they were underwater, they looked fire as hell doing that. My boy was apeless farming before they even started and suddenly booked it straight toward the crab at top speed. But the crab wasn't just standing there waiting to get attacked. It raised one of its massive claws, gripping a boulder and crushing it in their direction, embedding it with mana before launching it like a barrage of massive bullets. The projectiles rained down on them with terrifying speed, completely dispersing their advance. With this, Liam quickly realized they had to target its claws first. So he ordered Lazy Croc to go for it, commanding the beast to sink its massive fangs into the crab's armored limb in an attempt to break it. But by the looks of it, the croc had failed. The shell was ridiculously durable, practically invincible. That meant brute force alone wouldn't work, and so he changed it up real quick, using his water manipulation to suspend the crab's other claw in place, creating an opening. That's where he let Chunny do his thing, rushing in and chomping down on one of the crab's eyes, tearing it right out. However, instead of weakening the monster, it only made it even more violent. Our boy did his best to hold it down, but his mental energy was draining fast. Before he knew it, the crab broke free from his restraint and went completely berserk, flailing its claws and stomping around like a wild beast, which ended up destroying several of Liam's precious spirit plants. And that, of course, got him heated. But even before he could react, the big-ass crab was fast on its feet and already in front of him, rocking the absolute hell out of him, sending him flying several feet away. But Liam wasn't about to let himself get knocked out cold just like that. No, he was too pissed for that. So he forced himself to stay conscious, got back on his feet, and was determined to face the damn thing head-on. But he knew brute force wouldn't cut it. So he took a moment to analyze the crab, searching for any weakness. But with its claws still free, it was hard to focus. So he commanded his beasts to keep up the pressure, forcing the crab to stay occupied. That's when he noticed something. The way it instinctively protected its abdomen, even when taking multiple wounds elsewhere. That had to be its weak spot. This was his chance. He had to end it in one strike, so he gathered every last bit of his energy, compressing the surrounding water. He formed a ring around his spear, and each ring would add a burst of acceleration, significantly heightening its penetration capability. But with his drained energy reserves, he could barely manage 2 before blood started dripping from him. But he wasn't about to quit now. This was do or die. So he powered through the strain and launched his spear straight at the crab's exposed abdomen. And just as he expected, that spot was way softer than the rest of its body. His spear tore through its flesh, piercing cleanly through to the other side. Immediately, Ling was ecstatic. But unfortunately, there was no time to celebrate. Since his energy reserves were completely depleted, the second his adrenaline ran out, his body gave up on him, and he lost consciousness right then and there. The next thing he knew, when he opened his eyes, he was no longer underwater, which confused him at first. But then he noticed Lazy Croc and Chunny nearby, making it clear that those two had saved him yet again, which he was grateful for, so he reached out and gave them both a well-deserved head pat. But the aftereffects of overusing his powers hit him hard. His head throbbed from the strain, serving as a painful reminder that he really needed to be more careful next time. But as he tried to push himself up, something caught his eye. At first, he wasn't sure what he was looking at, but as he took a closer look, realization struck. It was the demonic crab they had just fought, which absolutely caught him by surprise. He never thought his pets would bother bringing the thing up with them, but honestly, he was beyond thankful, because this big-ass crab was about to bless him with an incredible amount of water essence once he consumed it, and even better, since it was a spirit beast, it had to taste amazing. Just the mere thought of it made his mouth water. But his delicious daydreaming was cut short when he noticed Lazy Croc pointing at something inside the crab. Immediately, Ling approached to look closely. That was when he noticed the crab was actually a female, and inside, nestled within its body, was a cluster of crab eggs. And as one might expect, Ling was excited. He had been feeling a little regretful about not taming the great crab, since it could have boosted his power significantly. But with these eggs right in front of him, he might still have a chance to raise one as his own. The only problem was that he couldn't just wait around for them to hatch. The chances of these eggs surviving on their own were slim, and he didn't have the luxury of playing babysitter. That left him with only one choice, and that was to use his blood dominion talisman in the hopes that it would be enough to force an evolution. Once the seal was engraved onto the egg, he held his breath and waited for something to happen. But there was nothing, and so he started to think the attempt had failed, until the egg suddenly twitched. Then, a tiny crab claw burst through the shell, cracking it open. Seconds later, the egg split wide apart, revealing the cutest little crab he had ever seen. He thought Chunny was adorable, but damn, this crab made him want to wrap it up in a blanket and protect it at all costs. But don't let that fool you. This little guy could evolve into a stone crab king, just like the one Ling had fought, and now he had a new pet and a giant meal to cook. Ling cooked the giant crab and wasted no time digging in, and this thing wasn't just delicious, it was packed with water essence, and the benefits hit him almost instantly. His fusion rate skyrocketed from 10 to 36. Something he didn't even think was possible. The boost was so significant that the water monkey's power inside him became even more dominant, as if they were inching closer to becoming one. Even its instincts and combat sense seemed to be coursing through him, more familiar than ever before. And the best part was that his wounds had completely healed, and his pets were left in awe, watching as he stood there, water spiraling around him like he was some kind of newly crowned god of the sea. And honestly, who could blame them? Ling looked downright majestic, and once he fully adjusted to the fusion, he couldn't help but feel thrilled by the results. The physical enhancements were one thing, but the extra energy he gained was something else entirely. For the first time, he could sense his own blood energy, and if instructor whose teachings were right, that meant he was close, dangerously close, to breaking through the skin barrier, maybe even surpassing it. But he knew he wouldn't have reached this level without his pets, so he made sure to share the remaining crab meat and eggs with them. This would speed up their evolution, making things easier for them in the long run. And besides, the meat wouldn't stay fresh for long, and each egg only contained 6 points of water essence, not exactly worth hoarding. And as for the little crab perched on his shoulder, which he had decided to name Fist since it was only the size of one, he chose not to feed it, since letting it eat its own kind just felt too cruel even for him. Still, despite the power-up, he couldn't afford to get complacent. The threat of the Shao Manor was still looming over him. If he could break through the skin barrier within the month, he would officially become a Martial Hall student. And once that happened, the Zhao family wouldn't be able to touch him anymore. And with that thought in mind, Ling was more than ready to return to the sect. Tomorrow's morning practice couldn't come soon enough. Meanwhile, over on Yang Kai's side of things, someone had taken notice of what he was up to and wasn't about to let it slide. That someone was Shirai, and he had no intention of allowing anyone to defy the Martial Hall's rules. But instead of backing down, Yang Kai met him with a smirk, completely unfazed. Even though he was standing in front of an instructor, he knew Shirai couldn't do a thing to stop him. After all, he was acting under the direct orders of the Zhao family's third young master, and a dog like Shirai should know his place. If he knew what was good for him, head stand down, unless he wanted Yang Kai to report his interference to the master, and the look on Shirai's face said it also. Yang Kai and his lackeys wasted no time laughing at him, because no matter how much he acted like a Martial Hall disciple, everyone knew he still belonged to the. If the family hadn't taken him and his father in, he wouldn't even be in the sect in the first place. And besides, his father was still living under their roof, which meant Shirai had no real choice in the matter, and Yang Kai knew that everyone knew that, and sure enough, Shirai could only grit his teeth, his conviction and loyalty to the sect put to the test. But in the end, he had no choice but to lower his head and mutter an apology. For him, as long as his family remained, he didn't care what happened to himself. But Yang Kai, of course, only found this more amusing, mocking him further, calling him a coward and the Zhao family's lapdog. The irony of it all was completely lost on them, considering they were in the exact same position. But they were too narrow-minded to see it. However, their arrogance was short-lived. A single glob of spit to the face was enough to yank them off their high horses. For all their boasting about how strong they were, Jen still looked at them like they were nothing more than pathetic ants who didn't even realize how small they truly were. But of course, no matter how much Jing wanted to resist, he was still the weaker one here. Yang Kai was still the one standing, and he decided that a lesson needed to be taught. So, without hesitation, he snapped one of Li Ba's arms, making sure Jing understood what happened when someone dared to retaliate. If Jing didn't care about his own well-being, then fine, his friend could suffer in his place. And it worked. Jing was furious. No matter how much rage burned in his eyes, he was still powerless to do anything about it, which only made things more entertaining for Yang Kai. And so, he was just about to have even more fun. And he was confident instructor who wouldn't come to save them, not after he had made sure he was occupied before going after them. But all that smugness vanished the moment his minion's unconscious body started flying across the field, shocking Yang Kai to his core. He thought it was instructor who at first, but when he turned around it was actually Ling, and the moment Ling's eyes landed on what he had done to his friend, a furious heat surged through his blood. His aura exploded around him as he made one thing absolutely clear. He was going to knock out every single one of Yang Kai's teeth. Surprisingly, it turned out that instructor who and the sect master had been there the whole time. They had caught on to Yang Kai's scheme early on, but instead of stepping in, they saw this as the perfect opportunity to observe their disciples, to see who they truly were when no one was watching. Even so, instructor who couldn't shake the feeling that this was his fault, he had let things escalate to this point. If he hadn't been so preoccupied, this whole mess could have been avoided. But after passing the blood step test earlier that day, he had gotten a little too excited, stopped to celebrate with a drink, and ended up arriving late. And now, because of that, things had spiraled out of control. But what shocked him the most was Shirai. He had never taken him for the type to stand by and do nothing while all of this happened. But before he could dwell on it, Master Yang spoke up, clarifying the situation. Since he had been there much earlier, he had seen and understood exactly why Shirai had frozen. The boy had a good heart, but that was the problem. He was completely immobilized by it, and that was also why he couldn't pass the blood step. A fighter without courage was like a person without breath in their lungs. But now that they had gathered all the information they needed, instructor who suggested that they step in and help Ling, especially since he was only close to breaking through the skin barrier, there was no way he could win against Yang Kai in his current state. But Master Yang didn't move. Instead of interfering, he held back, his eyes fixed on Ling. The blood energy coursing through the boy's body was different, fiercer, More intense than anything he had seen from the others, this wasn't just a simple clash. Ling was definitely brewing something inside him, so he decided to let the boy cook. Yang Kai wasted no time mocking Ling, sneering at his so-called threat, but Ling had no patience for nonsense, because that wasn't a threat. It was a promise, and he had no intention of waiting around. He charged straight at Yang Kai, closing the distance so fast that even the arrogant fool flinched, hastily barking orders for his goons to handle it instead. But of course they weren't enough. Ling kicked the first guy aside, dodged a wild punch, and punished him with a clean right hook. Then he weaved out of the kick that the fatty dished out and made him eat his fist. Instead, the punch landed so hard that it knocked the poor guy's rabbit teeth clean out. But he couldn't care less about these side characters. His real target was Yang Kai, and he was ready to fulfill his promise. But of course, Yang Kai didn't see him as a threat. A smug grin played on his lips as he reminded himself that he was at a higher level than Ling. There was no way some nobody could stand on equal footing with him. The energy dispersing from Ling's body was a sign that he was only approaching the skin barrier. A much lesser state than Yang Kai was that alone should have been enough to scare Ling off, but strangely, it didn't, not even a little, which threw Yang Kai off. And so, he lunged forward and swung a punch, only for Ling to block it with ease. And the fool got punished for it, first with a kick, then a devastating haymaker that sent him reeling. But Ling wasn't stopping there. He had made a promise, and he was damn well going to keep it. A brutal uppercut came next. Then another relentless storm of blows, throwing that 1-2 kick and punch combo that kept Yang Kai staggering backward, each strike breaking down that false confidence until all that was left was exhaustion. And of course, Ling couldn't help but laugh at him. All that talk only to get beaten down like this. Turns out Yang Kai wasn't special at all. And that realization snapped Yang Kai right out of it. Getting beaten was one thing, but being talked down to by some newbie, that was something he couldn't stomach. So, he whipped out London's special item and figured it was time to show some generosity by stabbing Ling straight in the stomach. Then a couple more times for good measure, and while he was at it, he made sure to remind Ling just how fatherless he was. But unfortunately for him, Ling was built like a damn tank. Even with multiple wounds, he was still conscious, still moving, and when Yang Kai went for another stab, Ling caught the knife with his bare hand like it was nothing. And before Yang Kai could even process that, he got hit with another round of that haymaker, one so vicious it sent his pathetic head crashing into the ground with enough force to practically cave it in on impact. And just like that, the arrogant fool was reduced to a crying mess, scrambling for help. He turned to Shirai, desperately pleading for intervention, babbling about sect rules, that disciples weren't allowed to attack each other like this. Which was honestly hilarious, coming from someone who had just done the same thing a second ago. But of course, Shirai actually seemed to be considering stepping in after all. This could mean his father's safety, but thankfully, before he could act, Master Yang decided he had seen enough. He sent his sword flying into the ground, and his voice cut through the tension as he commanded everyone to stop now that the fight had been brought to a halt. He wasted no time declaring that the 6 involved, including Yang Kai, were to be exiled, never allowed to set foot in the martial hall again. And as for Shirai, he was to be sent to the confinement room until Master Yang dealt with him personally, and judging by Shirai's expression, he understood exactly what that meant. Meanwhile, Ling sat there frozen, because in front of him was the legendary Yang Dongsheng. And after what had just happened, the sheer rage had unleashed, he felt certain that this was the end of his journey in the sect. He had gone too far, he had done too much. So, when Master Yang called his name, Ling bowed his head, already expecting the worst. He was ready to be exiled. But little did he know, Master Yang was anything but angry. In fact, he was impressed. Instead of punishment, he offered something Ling never saw coming, a place as his direct disciple. And obviously, Ling was shocked, and for a second he thought he'd misheard. The backing he so desperately needed, the security he had been scrambling for, had just come to him on its own. And not just as any disciple, Master Yang's direct disciple. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected this, but damn, it was a welcome surprise indeed. With this, his future in the was secure. A few days had passed, and the Yang residence buzzed with excitement. Rumors spread like wildfire. Master Yang had taken on his 9th direct disciple. But this wasn't just any disciple, he was a strikingly handsome young man. And with that news, the girls of the residence wasted no time. They flocked to his room, arms full of new outfits, eager to see him try them on. Some even boldly offered to help him dress, though Ling wasn't nearly as bold as they were. He politely declined, which, judging by their laughter as they left, was precisely the reaction they had hoped for. It had all been a playful tease. While a bit of a hassle for Ling, he didn't mind. 2 weeks had passed since his battle with Yen Kai, and thanks to the powerful medicine baths provided by the sect, his wounds and those of his friends had nearly healed. More than just healing, it was proof that he was no longer alone. He had a master, senior brothers and sisters. He had support, and now it was time to prepare for a counterattack against the Shao Manor. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Yang residence, Senior Wu could hardly contain his excitement as he told and retold the tale of Ling's incredible feat. He went on about how the newcomer had only been in the sect for a single day before defeating an opponent on the verge of breaking through the skin barrier. But by now, the others had heard the story so many times that they were already sick of it. There was no need to remind them how exceptional Ling was. After all, Master Yang had chosen him at first glance. However, Zhu Kitchen, the only woman among the direct disciples, was quick to notice the jealousy hidden within the conversation. She called it out immediately, and to his credit, Fourth Senior didn't even bother denying it. Still, as tradition dictated, every senior had to present a gift to their new junior. Ling was no exception. Despite his struggles with money, Fourth Senior had managed to gift him a piece of tungsten steel arm guard. It wasn't extravagant, but considering how hard it was for him to gather money, it was a heartfelt gesture, and Ling appreciated it deeply. As if on cue, Ling entered the hall, now donning a fresh new outfit and a sharp new hairstyle. He looked absolutely immaculate. But despite the attention on him, he made sure to greet his seniors with proper respect, a gesture they truly valued. Yet, before heading to the ceremony, there was one last matter to address. Third Senior had yet to give his gift. Taking the opportunity, he presented Ling with a fine piece of exquisite crane gold, a rare and incredibly valuable material for weapon crafting. Not only that, but he even extended an offer to forge Ling a weapon himself if he ever visited his smithy. Grateful for the gesture, Ling expressed his thanks, and with the formalities complete, it was time to head to the ceremony. They couldn't afford to keep Master Yang and Mistress Yang waiting. Meanwhile, over at the manor, the atmosphere was grim. The steward had arrived bearing terrible news. They had found Old Man Zhang's corpse, but the thing that was supposed to be inside his stomach had vanished. That was the last thing Shao wanted to hear. He didn't even let the steward finish before landing a resounding slap across his face. And it was justified. If that thing was exposed, it could cause catastrophic trouble. If the government caught wind of it, his head would be served on a platter as compensation. The steward, desperate to avoid that fate, quickly shifted the blame to Ling, arguing that since Old Man Zhang had been sent after him and was now dead, it was obvious that Ling had killed him and let the thing escape. That earned him yet another brutal slap. Shao wasn't a fool. He already knew that Ling had become a direct disciple of Yang Dongxiang. If the steward was so eager to test Yang's blade, he was more than welcome to try. Of course, the steward had no desire to do that. Instead, Shao ordered him to forget about whose fault it was and focus entirely on retrieving the damn thing. Immediately as the steward scurried away, Shao's fury only deepened. Ling had struck a nerve, and though he was now under Yang's sex protection, Shao couldn't help but think of ways to get his hands on him. Meanwhile, Ling stood before Master Yang as the official ceremony to accept him as a disciple began. It started with a simple question, to which Ling gave a firm, unwavering answer. With that, Master Yang made it clear that the path of his disciples was not an easy one. Joining meant staying humble, diligent, and respectful to both their masters and the teachings. It meant never fighting among peers, never disrespecting elders, and never committing evil acts. Ling understood all of this completely, and his resolute response brought a pleased nod from Master Yang. With that, it was official. Ling was now the 9th direct disciple of Yang Dongxiang, and with that status came a powerful declaration. No one would be able to humiliate or intimidate Ling under Master Yang's watch, for Yang Dongxiang himself would stand behind him. Ling accepted this with grace. It wasn't long before the news spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Envy stirred among many, but whatever jealousy arose was soon overshadowed by an even greater revelation. Yen Kai and his gang had been kicked out of the school. However, one person took this news very poorly, Xian. The moment he heard Ling's name, he cursed under his breath. While all this was unfolding, Ling was simply focused on his training. Today, Senior Wu continued their previous lesson on the 4 barriers, but now they were moving on to an even greater subject. The 7 paths. Senior Wu explained them in detail. In the wild horse realm, a warrior at his peak could restrain dozens of galloping horses without budging. In the wolf smoke realm, one's blood energy surged like thick black smoke, rising several meters high when fully unleashed, so menacing that it struck fear into all who stood nearby. In the tiger hunt realm, blood energy boiled like a raging tide, radiating such an overwhelming force that ordinary people would tremble, feeling as helpless as a rabbit caught in the piercing gaze of a hungry tiger. In the supreme elephant realm, every step could shake the ground. Warriors at this level were said to possess the strength to collapse mountains and halt rivers, making them prime candidates for becoming great generals. In the celestial dragon realm, one transcended mortal limitations, becoming akin to a divine dragon. Those who reached this stage could leap 3,000 jang in a single bound, soaring among the clouds like a true celestial being, and such individuals were revered as martial saints of a nation. As for the melting furnace realm and rainbow transformation realm, even Senior Wu admitted that very little was known about them. All he could say was that experts who had reached these stages had supposedly ascended beyond mortality itself. That last part immediately caught Ling's attention. If martial cultivation in this world was truly that powerful, then did ascension mean one could return to their previous world? It was an interesting thought, but he quickly pushed it aside. He couldn't afford to let his senior catch him slacking. He immediately asked what level their master had reached, a question that brought a chuckle out of Senior Wu, who was more than happy to boast about their master's strength. This was, after all, the very reason why, despite there being 3 martial schools in Pinning City, the Yang sect remained the most revered, unlike the other 2, which were stuck in Pinning because their level only allowed them to be there. Master Yang remained by choice. Pinning was his hometown, and his martial arts school had been number 1 for years for one simple reason: Master Yang was the only one in Pinning to have reached the tiger hunt realm as expected. Ling was shocked. But more than that, he was excited. If that was the case, then with his system, he could reach that level even faster. His excitement was written all over his face. So much so that Senior Wu had to call him out, advising him not to rush. Advancements had to be made step by step, with patience and control. But of course, Ling wasn't exactly listening. His mind was already racing, thinking about the spiritual fish he needed to capture to break through the first barrier and officially become a martial master. Without wasting another moment, he was already out on the lake, attempting to catch a spirit fish. With the help of his pets, fishing was easy. But for some reason he just couldn't find what he was looking for. No matter how many he caught, they were all just regular fish. His boat was nearly overflowing with them, making him wonder if he needed a bigger boat. But even after a long time had passed, his luck refused to change. Not a single spirit fish in sight. With his synchronization rate already reaching 37, he knew that if he could just catch one, he might finally break through to the skin barrier. But his train of thought was suddenly interrupted when he noticed a single red feather fluttering in the wind. His gaze followed it, and in that instant, something shifted. The lake, once calm, grew restless as unseen currents began to stir. Then, without warning, waves surged and crashed violently against his boat. This took Lin completely by surprise. This had never happened before. His eyes darted around, searching for the cause, and it didn't take him long to find it. 2 giant spirit beasts were locked in a fierce battle. A primordial toad had set its sights on a vermilion bird, clearly attempting to turn the majestic creature into its next meal. But the bird, naturally, had no intention of being eaten. With a furious flap of its wings, it retaliated, sending the massive toad hurtling back into the lake. The impact was so powerful that it created a massive wave, one large enough to shatter Lin's boat into pieces. Thrown into the water, he barely had time to react before the vermilion bird unleashed its next attack. A mental strike. The effect was instantaneous. His vision blurred, his thoughts scrambled, and before he could even attempt to resist, his consciousness completely blacked out. Sometime later, Lin woke up on solid ground, confusion clouding his mind. But as he groggily took in his surroundings, he quickly realized what had happened. His pets had saved him yet again, pulling him away from the battlefield before things could get even worse. Even so, his mind was still reeling from what he had just witnessed. Those spirit beasts were on a completely different level. Their battle alone had been so intense that it had shifted the entire weather. A full-blown tornado was now raging in the middle of the lake, created by nothing but the sheer force of their clash. If a primordial toad was capable of preying on a beast that could summon such a vortex, then capturing one himself would be on an entirely different level. That thought alone made him feel ridiculously small, but that was a worry for the distant future. For now, he still hadn't even caught the one fish he actually needed, and to make things worse, his boat was destroyed, and all the fish he had caught so far were gone. His progress was completely delayed, which was frustrating to say the least. With a heavy sigh, he decided to take a break before his irritation got the best of him. But just as he was about to resign himself to his bad luck, something unexpected happened. His lazy croc, usually too laid back to be of any use, had actually come through when it mattered most. While Ling had been unconscious, it had somehow managed to catch a spirit fish, and just like that, things weren't so bad after all. With this, he could finally break through the skin barrier and grow stronger without wasting another moment. Ling rushed back to his house and immediately started cultivating blood energy. Is a reflection of a martial artist's physical strength. But simply having strong blood energy doesn't make one powerful. Rather, it is because their physical constitution is strong that they can condense sufficient blood energy. Blood energy is not the cause of strength, it is the result. But this result, in turn, reinforces the cause, forming a positive cycle that grows endlessly. With Senior Wu's guidance and the resources provided by the sect, he was confident he could do it. Especially now, after receiving a concentration incense, a rare aid that helped martial artists break through their gates more easily. Breaking through the P-gate and officially stepping into the realm of martial artists required precise tempering of blood energy in the chest. Each time Ling trained, he could replenish his blood energy with fish meat. But even with all his effort, he had already reached his 38th attempt and still felt just a little short. That's when he recalled another piece of advice from Senior Ho. Another key to breaking through the P-gate was to use chi and blood inner force to stimulate the bodus fascia and skin, achieving the effect of skin refinement. Chi and blood referred to the energy one felt in their chest while practicing martial arts. It was the very essence condensed by the human body, the root of life itself. When a martial artist could sense a warm current flowing from their chest, merging with their blood energy, this chi would begin to move. It would spread toward the limbs and bones, and finally, when it reached the fascia and skin, it would transform into a surge of heat that was skin refinement. And indeed, Ling could feel that he was close. But no matter how much he pushed, it still wasn't enough. He was still a little short, and this was already his 40th attempt. Frustrated, he turned to his system for answers, and there it was. His synchronization was only at 49. If he was this close, then logically, once he hit 50, something major would change within him, and he would finally reach the next stage of cultivation. But raising his synchronization now was easier said than done. His stored fish meat was gone, and the lotus roots barely had any effect on him anymore. It seemed like he had no choice but to head back down and catch another mystic fish. However, to his surprise, he had taken much longer than expected, and by the time he realized it, morning had already arrived. Before he could even get out of bed, someone was already knocking on his door. It turned out to be Gang and Lebo's fathers. Since they had seen Ling come home late the night before, they wanted to ask if he had seen their sons. Apparently, the two hadn't been home for 2 days, and their parents were starting to get worried. They weren't sure if their kids were still at the martial hall or if they had wandered off somewhere, messing around again. But of course, Ling reassured them there was no need to worry. The three of them had performed well and caught the attention of the martial instructors, who had specifically set aside a room for them in the courtyard. They had been staying there, focusing entirely on their training. As expected, their fathers were both delighted and proud. That really did sound like their sons, and it seemed like Yixing City had produced a few martial artists after all. Not that it was much of a surprise. Everyone had watched these kids grow up together, and they had always known they would achieve something great one day. Ling kept his smile, but he didn't say the whole truth. The real reason Gang and Lebo hadn't gone back with him was because the two were too scared to return. Their injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and they couldn't have their parents worrying for nothing. But now that was settled, the uncles actually had another reason for coming to see him. They had come to remind him that the village was organizing another river god sacrificial ceremony. That caught Ling completely by surprise. He definitely remembered this custom, but they had already held one just 3 months ago. Normally, it should have been another year before the next one. But apparently that wasn't the case this time. And the reason? The river god had shown a divine sign yesterday. According to the villagers, the river god had leaped out of the water and caught a flaming giant bird that shattered the itself. The moment Ling heard that, he immediately realized what they were talking about. The river-eating toad, he had seen it with his own eyes. It really had been an epic sight, so he didn't even bother refuting it. Instead, he simply promised to contribute some money and take part when the time came. That was all the uncles needed to hear. After all, they were already running low on offerings and needed all the help they could get. With that, they left, feeling satisfied. A little while later, Ling resumed his training inside the Lotus Cave, going all out against his two beasts. Previously, he could barely win against just one. But now, he was fighting both at once, effortlessly maneuvering through the water. And this was all thanks to the increase in his fusion level. Moreover, the force of the water flow he could control was approximately 150 kilograms, and he could compress it into 10 liters of water to be unleashed. This meant that each liter was equivalent to 15 kilos of force. At this point, his strength underwater had already surpassed the peak 8. If he had to guess, he could probably take on 4 Yen Gang Kai with ease. With this level of control, he could even form a water blade inside the water itself. But even so, it was still a work in progress. It wasn't strong enough to do anything to his pets yet. If only he had a weapon suited for it, then it would definitely become a formidable technique. And speaking of weapons, he suddenly remembered what his third senior brother had mentioned. This world had a special kind of weapon called a spirit weapon. These weapons could self-repair and even level up over time, but forging one wasn't easy. Their cores required rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, making it almost impossible for him to acquire one right now. Or so he thought. Just then, his pet Chunky sensed something hot, even in the water below. Without hesitation, Ling turned to investigate, following Chunky's lead. He soon discovered an item buried beneath the rubble, still bubbling with energy. To his shock, it was a feather, the very same vermilion bird feather from the other day. Just from its aura alone, it was obvious this wasn't ordinary. It looked special, and this might just be the very thing he had been looking for. What luck! Since he was already planning to visit his third senior brother to choose a weapon, he might as well bring this feather along and ask about it. A few moments later, Ling arrived at Pingyang County, and just like before, the place was bustling with life. But even before he could reach the smithy, something unusual caught his attention. A thick column of black smoke rising in the distance. It looked like it was coming from somewhere near Pingyang County. That wasn't a common sight, so he made a mental note to ask his brother about it later. But the moment he arrived at the smithy, he completely forgot about the smoke. The item in his hands was far more important. And just as he had expected, his brother recognized it immediately. It was a real treasure known as the Crimson Fire Mole Feather. This was such an incredible find that Ling's brother didn't even hesitate to congratulate him. This feather wasn't just any ordinary material. It came from the Crimson Firebird, a rare spirit creature. Whenever it encountered life-threatening danger, the Crimson Firebird would inject all of its life essence into a single feather before scattering its plumage in all directions, allowing it to escape. Among those feathers, one would always contain the most life essence. This was known as the Scarlet Firegold Feather. Using this feather, the bird could undergo rebirth, similar to how a lizard sheds its tail. But in this case, it wasn't just discarding a limb. It was abandoning its entire body. As one might expect, this news had Ling's eyes practically sparkling with excitement. But just as he was about to celebrate, his senior brother made it that what he had found wasn't the legendary golden feather, just a remnant one. Still, it was a great find. However, that clarification instantly deflated Ling, and who could blame him? His brother had gotten him all hyped up only to pull the rug out from under him. But Ling wasn't that picky. This feather could still be used to forge a spiritual weapon. Exactly the kind of item he needed right now. He had already made up his mind about what kind of weapon it would be. Based on his last battle with the stone crab, a polearm would work best underwater, and it would complement his self-created techniques. So, without hesitation, he confidently chose a spear, which ultimately surprised his senior brother, since spears were quite rare in their school. While longer weapons did have the advantage of reach, they were also harder to control. But even with that in mind, Ling wasn't about to change his decision. He knew exactly what he needed. Besides, he was different from the others. His fighting style demanded something unique. With such resolve, His senior brother didn't question it any further and simply agreed to forge the spear, which Ling was grateful for. But crafting a weapon wasn't instant magic. He'd still have to wait a few days for it to be completed. That was understandable. However, just before he left, something caught his eye again. That same ominous sight, thick smoke rising in the distance. Instinctively, he turned to his brother and asked what was going on. And just like that, the mood shifted instantly. His brother's face darkened, and rage boiled over to the point that he cracked the table he was holding. The smoke wasn't just coming from anywhere. It was coming from Fa Temple. A massive fire had broken out that morning, and amidst the flames, something appeared that shouldn't have. A mountain demon that came straight out of a nightmare. Hours before this whole mess even began, on the outskirts of Fa Temple, a woman was seen running frantically toward the temple. Judging by her tattered clothes and bruised body, it was clear she had been through hell, and even though she was pregnant, she never stopped. Fear drove her forward. The moment she finally saw someone and tried to ask for help, her body just gave out. She collapsed right then and there. Thankfully, her desperate effort wasn't in vain. The people took care of her, but when she woke up, it was obvious they wanted answers. How had she ended up in such a state? Out of gratitude, she answered. She was originally from Huaju County 3 months ago. She had traveled to Pingyang County to visit her relatives, but she hadn't expected to run into a group of shady-looking bandits. They blindfolded her and dragged her off to some unknown place. And that place? It was nothing short of hell. The people there had been tortured, broken until they were no longer human, turned into something else entirely. She wished she had been kidnapped for money instead. But she wasn't that lucky. No, these people wanted her for something far worse. They wanted to refine her into a pill. Meanwhile, in that very same hellhole she spoke of, the ritual continued. A countless number of robed bastards focused their energy on the runes they had carved into some poor soul, forcing their body to swell grotesquely. Once enough energy had been gathered, the man they called the Great Superior stepped forward. Holding an abomination of a knife, he plunged it into the sacrificial victim. And what came next was the very thing they sought: a pill, twisted and monstrous, an amalgamation of pure evil and the flesh of the sacrifice. Something that could only be concocted by pure insanity. Even some of the newer followers were starting to question what they were witnessing, and honestly, who could blame them? Their confusion was justified. Their senior took it upon himself to explain, his tone carrying the weight of something both sacred and horrifying. This was a forbidden pill, one known as the fetal pearl pill. The sacrifice was first made to consume a broth brewed from the flesh of a mountain spirit, and it didn't matter whether they were men or women. The moment they drank it, their bellies would swell, nurturing a grotesque mass of flesh inside them. After 3 months, these masses would mature into fetal pills, which could then be harvested and refined into a fetal pearl pill. It was said that consuming one would grant a person immortality, but if the mass wasn't extracted in time, if it remained inside for longer than 3 months, it would hatch. And what would emerge? Even the most seasoned veterans of the group refused to imagine. Meanwhile, back at Foa Temple, since the older one had gone to the city to inform the authorities about what had happened to the woman, the little guy was tasked with bringing her some food. Everything seemed fine as he stepped into the room, except for this eerie silence. But when his eyes landed on the bed, he saw the woman's silhouette lying there. He figured she had just fallen asleep, which was reasonable. So, he was about to set the food down on the table when he suddenly stepped into something sticky. At first, it just confused him, but then a sharp metallic scent filled his nose. It was blood, and it was fresh. The little monk had returned from the city with 2 officers and a cultivator from the Yang sect, the same senior who had tried to stop Yanai from beating up Li Bo and Ji Chong, but had failed thanks to Yen Kai's connections with the Jiao Manor. His name was Lu Shou, and sure, the officers were more than happy to have him here, far better than calling someone from higher up. But instead of just nodding along and accepting their gratitude, he hesitated, not because he was being humble, but because something about it didn't sit right with him. In truth, he wasn't here out of goodwill. He had come for something else entirely, as he was personally ordered by the steward of Jiao Manor to recover some bodies and retrieve certain items. He hadn't been given details, but he knew better than to expect anything good. This was dangerous, and he was well aware of it, yet he still took the job. But before he could dwell on it any further, his thoughts were interrupted as they approached the temple. The atmosphere felt off, eerily different from what they had expected. It wasn't just unsettling, it was ominous, and the moment they pushed open the gates, They were met with a sight that left them frozen in place. Mouths hanging wide open, countless monks lay lifeless near the entrance. Their bodies sprawled across the ground as if they had been trying to flee from something, and that something had caught up with them right at the gates, as one might expect. The little monk's first concern was his master's well-being. So without hesitation he rushed deeper into the temple. One of the officers immediately followed, while the other stayed behind with Lu Xiu to investigate their surroundings. By the looks of it, most of the corpses bore bite marks, jagged and deep, as if left by some enormous insect. But an insect of that size shouldn't even exist. Besides, not a single body was left intact. Whatever had done this wasn't just a predator. It was something wicked, and that only made Lu Xiu curse the damned steward under his breath. This wasn't what he had been told. The steward had mentioned only a few victims, but this was a massacre. But before he could dwell on it further, the officer beside him noticed something. A prominent bloodstain smeared across the floor, and judging by the trail, it looked like the bodies had been dragged to one particular place. That realization sent a chill through them, and without another word, they followed the trail, leading them straight to where the little monk and the other officer had gone. But the moment they stepped inside, their breath caught in their throats, their expressions mirroring the little monk's horror. Because what lay before them was nothing short of a waking nightmare. The corpses had been piled and woven together, twisted and fused, as if they had been turned into a grotesque nest. And sitting atop that macabre structure was something even worse. It was an enormous egg, but not just any egg. It was made of flesh. A pulsating, blood-slicked mass of tangled muscle and sinew, contorted in ways that defied nature. A thing that no sane mind could have ever imagined, even in their worst nightmares. But before they could even process what they were looking at, the door behind them slammed shut. The officer nearest to it reacted immediately, trying with all his strength to force it open. But no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. It was as if something or someone was holding it shut from the outside. So he started shouting, demanding whoever was out there to open the damn door. But Master Lu barely spared the door a glance. He told the officer to stop worrying about that and focus on what truly mattered, the egg, because it was about to hatch. And whatever came out of it wasn't something they could afford to underestimate. These were mountain demon eggs, the mark of the Mother Phantom sect. That revelation alone sent a shiver down the officer's spine. That sect should have died with the remnants of the ancient dynasty, and yet here it was, proof that something far worse had survived. It was said that when a mountain demon hatched and absorbed enough blood and flesh, it would prepare for its second phase, and by the looks of it, the nest was ready. The egg wasn't just hatching, it was evolving. And what would come out of it would already be, at the unbridled stallion stage, something that could tear through them without effort. And as if on cue, the thing they had dreaded finally happened. The ugliest motherfucker imaginable clawed its way out of the egg, dripping with blood and something far more vile. Its limbs were freakishly long, giving it an unnatural speed. And before anyone could react, it closed the distance in an instant. This first victim didn't even get the chance to scream. As expected, this sent their fight-or-flight instincts into overdrive. But instead of running, the youngest among them chose to fight. His senior barely had time to react, reaching out to stop him because charging in was beyond reckless. But it was already too late. The monster had shifted its focus to the young fool who had dared to stand against it, and with terrifying ease, it caught him, sending his senior stumbling a few feet back. At that moment, the young officer felt the icy grip of death closing in on him. Desperation surged through his veins, and he cried out for Master Lu, but Liu's show didn't move. He couldn't. His mind was a whirlwind of calculations, analyzing every possible outcome, and the truth hit him like a blade to the chest. He didn't stand a chance. A man who hadn't even broken through the 4 barriers was nothing against a creature that had already ascended to the stallion stage. The logical choice was clear. Retreat survival was what mattered. That belief had carried him through every battle, every dangerous encounter, and yet, he felt disgusted. Every instinct screamed at him to flee, to live, to fight another day, to take the safest path just as he always had. That was why he had survived this long. He was adaptable, always picking the best possible route to ensure victory or survival. But this was different. If he left now, this monster would roam free. And that he could not allow. His past self wouldn't forgive him for that. Because before he became a man of strategy and caution, he had been a boy with a heart full of fire and an unshakable dream. He had once stood tall, shouting to the heavens that he would become a great hero like Master Yong, a name that would echo across the lands. Back then, the other children had admired him for it, and he had taken pride in their awe. Even when faced with opponents far stronger than himself, he never backed down. Even when the young master of the Jiao Manor had stood before him, he had fought, despite knowing he would lose, despite the brutal beating he endured. But when he saw the way his injuries had made his father worry, something in him shifted. He didn't want his pride to become a burden. Yet his father had seen the change and reminded him of something crucial. No matter what, he had to become someone he himself could respect. Those words never left him. And so, he tightened his grip on his blade, eyes burning with determination. He would fight this abomination. Test just how powerful a stallion stage monster truly was. This was why he had become a disciple of the Yong sect. Master Yong had seen something in him, and now was his chance to prove that faith was not misplaced. He lunged forward, blade flashing, but as expected, the monster was too fast. It dodged with unnatural ease, already counterattacking. But he was ready. He met the creature's strike heeding, their weapons colliding in a violent clash. At that moment, stories of Master Yong flooded his mind. Tales of standing firm against impossible odds, of his blade gleaming like a beacon in the darkness, slicing through despair like the first light of dawn. Even when he stood alone, bleeding, exhausted, facing horrors beyond mortal comprehension, he never faltered, and if his master could endure to the bitter end, then why should he, his disciple, be any different? So even as his dominant arm was severed, he did not waver. With a bloodied smirk, he adjusted his grip, using his remaining arm to drive his blade deep into the monster, pinning it to the ground. This was never a battle of brute strength. He had known from the beginning that he was too weak for that. Fire was his weapon, fire was his salvation. And as planned, the flames from the candles he had struck earlier had already begun their ravenous spread. The only way to ensure this beast's destruction was to hold it down until the fire consumed them both. There was no turning back. He turned to the young officer, voice steady despite the pain, and apologized for dragging him into this. There was no other way. He had to finish what he started, no matter the cost. But the young officer only nodded. He understood. This was why he had become an officer in the first place, to do what was right. And this was undeniably right. He would never blame Lu Shou for his choice. In his eyes, Lu Shou was already a hero. That thought made Lu Shou chuckle, despite the agony. He had always believed that there were others far more worthy of being called heroes than himself. And yet, as the fire roared around him, his mind drifted back to a childhood memory, a moment that had shaped him in ways he never fully acknowledged. He had been just a boy when the third young master had put him in an impossible situation, break another child's teeth or have his own shattered. A test of loyalty, they had called it. But to him, it had never been about belonging. He had never craved acceptance. What he had wanted, what he had truly longed for, was strength. Strength to never feel helpless again. Following orders, bending the knee, becoming a pawn to someone else's power. Those could have been his paths to strength. A means to an end. Just like the heroes in the stories he admired. But even as a child, he had struggled with a choice. Sacrifice his principles for power, or remain someone he could be proud of. It had been a cruel decision for one so young. And yet, when it mattered most, he had always chosen the latter. He had remained true to himself, not just as a man he could respect, but as someone others could look up to. Because in the end, he was not just a fighter. He was a hero, and heroes always did what was right, even if it meant laying down their lives. Right there, It turned out that the man who had been behind the entire situation was reprimanded by his former boss, who was upset and made it clear that what he had done was a major mistake. His actions would likely result in his entire family being wiped out. In order to protect himself, he insisted that they had done all they could to protect the secret, but the woman had run far faster than expected, which caught them off guard. Furthermore, she went directly to the temple, and things became even worse when they reached the temple and found it completely destroyed. Not only that, but two men were there who were almost impossible to defeat, forcing him to leave El Shangu and the authorities behind to buy them some time. They had to handle those mountain demons first. When he arrived at the mansion, they set it ablaze because they thought burning everything inside would erase all the evidence. However, his former boss was furious about his actions and was about to yell at him again. But right then someone else stepped in and told them to stop arguing, pointing out that the real fools were the two of them. They had lost the woman, which was a disaster for them. To make things even worse, the Supreme Mother was aware that their actions were full of lies, and she despised deception. She especially liked punishing those who tried to deceive her. The other man's face grew more serious as he lifted his hand and moved toward the subordinate, who was lying on the floor, drenched in sweat and trembling in fear, begging to be spared. But it was too late. He crushed him and, as he did, he said this was what the Supreme Mother wanted. Whether he liked it or not, his actions had stirred up trouble among them. But the Supreme Mother would still bless him after his death. He told him not to feel proud about it because they were all in the same situation. He understood everything and began cleaning up the mess that had been made. While he was doing that, Butler Zheng asked him if he was truly willing to turn his back on his children. He replied that he was okay with it and that it wouldn't happen again at this point. He didn't have anything left to do, so he would leave everything in the hands of that master. The other man agreed, and then he left. As soon as he walked away, another servant was talking about how the butler from earlier was basically blackmailing him. He said that wasn't a good thing. But at the same time, he admitted that if it weren't for the wealth of his family, he wouldn't have to listen to that old man at all. Still, thanks to the old man, he had managed to accomplish something very important. He had wiped out a lot of those monks and made sure the monster born from that woman was feeding on the men. Everything was going according to their plan. Now that things were going smoothly, he only needed to make sure he could escape from any trouble that might pop up once the situation at the Fanwan Temple was sorted out. He could escape to the Hang Temple, where he had a base. He could live there for a long time, possibly even reaching immortality. Even better, he could live peacefully without Yang interfering in his business. Plus, if they didn't want to be under Dawn control, they would need to minimize the damage before that point. That was the best choice they had. While he was talking about all of this, the scene shifted to a different location, and the main character thought to himself that he never expected Lucha's story to end like this. According to Lebo, Lucha was one of the people who fought for his life that day. Lucha seemed like a decent person, but according to his older brother, the school had never received any official reports from the authorities about that day. Still, he wondered why, especially in connection to the Fanwan Temple. Knowing that it was all a setup by a few individuals, he realized that this world was incredibly harsh. Even so, he thought that maybe the monster outside had already been taken down. That was when someone called out to him, and he wondered if he was really back. When he turned and saw who was calling, he recognized him as Uncle Shin and started to wonder what was going on. Uncle Shin told him that he needed to go home and see something for himself. There was a big crowd gathered in front of his house. When he heard this, he just walked toward the front door. And as he walked, but suddenly, a strange hand appeared and crushed a centipede. The main character, the monster that crushed the centipede, just grabbed it and ate it. As that happened, the scene switched to yet another location, and someone was talking about how the wise men of the past had said that if you wanted to become stronger, you had to go through a lot of pain and sadness. The more pain you experienced, the stronger you became. He said that suffering was the key to everything, an important part of growing up into a good person. The boy below him didn't really agree, though, as he was pleading for it to stop. He had been sitting there for half an hour, being punished for some unknown reason. On top of that, those slaps kept coming. Still, the man said the opposite. He was the boy's father, and he was also quite clever. How could he be dumber than his own son? Just before he could hit him again, the boy, Raintal, asked if he really had to keep going. wondering whether all the beatings would make him stop in the world of Inshurai. Hearing this, the father became more and more annoyed with his son, deciding that he would beat him to death. While the boy was being punished, we shifted to a different location, where a woman commented that the boy really came all the way there. But she also admitted that she had no idea that this guy would grow so much over time. That young boy often knocked on her door asking if she could spare him something to eat, and because she was a kind-hearted person, she gave him a single grain of rice, which left her feeling amazed. Hulk, on the other hand, was confused, unsure of what she meant. But then he got angry because he thought she was ungrateful, as she didn't realize how difficult it had been for him to recover that one grain of rice that she had given to the main character. What made the situation even worse was that her father didn't have long to live, and when she heard all this, she calmly told him to relax. But he quickly changed topics, telling her to stop talking because Chu Rally was already coming their way. When Chu Rally arrived, meanwhile, our main character was confused, wondering what was happening, since this was happening right outside his own house. When they finally met the protagonist, the old man, Tanada, stopped hitting his son, stood up and walked toward the protagonist, pressing his hands together in a respectful way. He looked very surprised, as it was clear that his nephew Liang had just returned, and now with a sly, rodent-like expression, he remarked that Liang was really the most talented person in this lifetime, since he had managed to balance everything so well that he had even become one of Master Yang's closest students. Upon hearing this, another man nearby asked, "Master Yang? The famous Master Yang from the martial school?" He was a well-known figure and respected by many, known as a true hero. Being called a personal disciple meant that Liang had truly acknowledged Master Yang as his teacher, almost like a father figure. Even Wade had joined the martial school, and together with Yang, they held enough status that even the county magistrate had to show them respect. This left the crowd around them completely shocked, as if even the county magistrate had to bow to someone like Yang. It meant he was a figure of great importance. They were amazed and proud but quickly switched the topic, saying that the protagonist would always be welcome in their group. At the same time, they began asking how old he was. Another person, who looked even more rat-like, said that she had known from the start that the main character had incredible talent. However, their conversation was cut short when someone began saying that his son had done something shameful that had embarrassed the whole family. Then he approached Liang, and now that they were face to face, he gave Liang permission to beat his son nearly to death if he wanted. Liang could do whatever he wanted to him, and no one would stop him. As soon as he heard this, Liang became interested because he had the freedom to act. He picked up a rod and walked toward the son, saying that he held no anger in his heart, but a man couldn't hold grudges forever, and besides, he also wanted to live a long life. Knowing that the protagonist was about to start hitting him, the man regretted what he had done and admitted his faults. In the heat of the moment, he promised to become the protagonist's loyal follower. "No, you're not my follower, you're my little horse," the protagonist corrected him. The man pleaded for mercy, asking not to be humiliated, and in response, the protagonist threw the rod away, saying that he would leave the matter for another day, or maybe never. After this, he walked away as he had other things to take care of, but before he could leave, he was stopped by some men who were still tied up. He became frustrated with his own father, as he still wanted to punish him more. However, the father approached and told his nephew Liang that while he wasn't exactly a generous person, he also didn't want to appear ungrateful, so to avoid that, he offered Liang 2,001 silver coins. When he said this, everyone around was shocked, as no one expected him to offer so much silver. It was such a huge amount that they were all left speechless. The same man from earlier, the one who either gave or tried to keep some things away from the protagonist, spoke up, saying that everyone should leave because the protagonist was truly his nephew, and the money should be handed over to him right there. As soon as the crowd heard this, they started pointing out different things about the protagonist. One man even told him to be ashamed because when Wade was starving and desperate, he was the first one to close the doors and refuse to help. That was the truth, and now that Wade was making good money, he had the nerve to show up in front of everyone, trying to claim the silver for himself. At that moment, he turned to his nephew and asked himself, "Who is this man?" Meanwhile, Liang replied that he didn't know him at all. In the benefactor's mind, this was that ungrateful uncle who was never really family, just a selfish man who only used others. Even if he tried to change things now, nothing would change in that village. It was basically the festival for the river god, so Liang offered one of those people who had a lot of silver coins to pay off everyone's debts. Because the whole village had been struggling to repay at least a single silver coin since he was already thinking about it. He also suggested setting up a small food stall somewhere because soon there would be many beggars in the village. Then he turned and walked toward his house. And as he did, the people behind him began to praise the protagonist. After everything was over, we heard the protagonist thinking that the last time at the martial arts school he practiced some skin toughening techniques, but he now felt that his skin had reached its limit. It wasn't stretching like it used to, but instead it was swelling, and if he wasn't careful, he believed he could break through the skin barrier today. But one thing was clear, the final breakthrough would create much more heat than before, and if he made a mistake at that moment, it could fry his brain. To prevent that, he would need to use some physical cooling methods. Now he was ready to continue with his cultivation. Whether or not he could go further in his cultivation was up to him. After he sat down, he began the cultivation process, and after a while, what he had been waiting for happened. He finally broke through the skin barrier. After that, he stood up, clenched his fists, and felt happy because he had finally reached the goal he had worked so hard for. After roughly calculating his new power, he realized he could now control water up to a distance of about 150 kilometers, which surprised him as it showed he had improved a lot. Even though he had merged with the system, it didn't really seem like anything had gotten much better, so he decided to put his outfit back on. Ignoring all the bad reactions happening to his body, he was amazed at how much of a difference the skin level had made with this new layer. It looked like he could now possibly lift around 4 tons, which surprised him. He finally had all the powers he needed, and with this body training technique, he believed he could now get twice the outcome with less effort, though he didn't think that was good enough anymore, so he started to consider going somewhere else for something new. As this thought crossed his mind, he slowly opened his door, but right as he did, he saw a familiar man standing there. That man ended up getting smacked in the face by the door and dropped flat onto the ground while lying there. The man looked up and started to wonder if this wasn't his cherished family member. Our lead quickly realized it was Liang Guang, and since he was standing there, he was curious why he came all the way to find him. Liang Guang then stood up and mentioned that maybe the main character hadn't eaten yet, so he brought him a small portion of food, but before he could even finish talking, the hero turned him down. He even suspected that Liang Guang might just want to keep the for himself. Besides that, rice in this world was extremely valuable, so the hero turned away and shut the door on him. Liang Guang asked him to hold on for a second, but this made the hero open the door again just to hear what he wanted. Unfortunately, when he pushed the door open again, it accidentally hit Liang Guang in the face one more time, knocking him flat on his back again. This time his nose started to bleed, and while still down, he said he was the hero's uncle and that he had the right to stay in the house. He also asked why the protagonist didn't take that huge sum of money that the rich man had offered earlier. After saying that, he started shouting and called the protagonist insane. As he yelled like a maniac, we saw some people gathering behind him, but the focus returned to him while he was still going on and on, saying that the money should have been used to help support himself, his son, and the man talking right now too. He insisted that, being the oldest, it was natural for him to be taken care of, especially because he acted like a father to the protagonist. But all those demands made the hero feel a little nervous, so he shouted for Liang and asked if he had some kind of death wish. He told him all he had to do was take one more step forward, which frightened Liang, because suddenly the main character looked bigger and more intimidating than before. Liang had always seen him as weak and lower than others, and now he stumbled and collapsed again. From the ground, he pointed at the protagonist and shouted that he was nothing but a spoiled and ungrateful person. He said that since the hero had become a top martial artist, he wasn't even acting human anymore. He had forgotten the poor people completely. While Liang kept acting dramatic and talking nonsense, someone stepped in out of nowhere and spat right in his face. That person also spoke harshly, asking where Liang had been when the hero's dad passed away. He reminded everyone that Liang didn't even help lift the coffin at the funeral, and when the hero was starving, he didn't offer even a single grain of rice. When it came time to divide up the family's belongings, Liang had played dirty tricks and ended up taking the biggest portion of the money. Meanwhile, the protagonist's father got practically nothing, just leftover dust. But even after hearing the truth, Liang refused to admit anything. He even began asking why people were siding with the protagonist now. which made him mad. He started yelling that he still held more power than anyone there. He thought about standing up to tap the hero's shoulder as if he still had any right to act familiar. But at that very moment, another person suddenly showed up. This man said loudly that now that the protagonist had finally found success, people like Liang suddenly appeared out of nowhere, chasing after him like wild animals for tiny rewards. Using his walking stick and with help from two others, this newcomer managed to kick Liang out of the place. As soon as that man was pushed out, our main character came forward and sincerely thanked the local neighborhood leader for helping him deal with that annoying man in return. The neighborhood leader said he came in person this time to ask for a favor. He wanted the protagonist to be the lead official for the upcoming river celebration. If he agreed to take this role, he would basically act like a priest or spiritual leader during the entire event. It might even give him the chance to learn more about some mysterious things related to that ceremony. Seeing that there was a chance to discover something new, the hero agreed to do it. Now that he had accepted, all he needed to do was remember a few special phrases. Then, the next morning, just as the sun started to rise, someone could be heard outside calling out his name. Our protagonist was standing right at the door, looking utterly worn out because he had been awake through the night memorizing lines for the ritual he would soon lead, knowing full well that using strong words in the right places might help him achieve a better outcome. On top of that, he had just been reborn and was now part of the ancient temple learners, which gave him the energy he needed to move forward with this new drive. He walked toward the elderly man's big home. Inside that home, the old man was busy reading a thick book while our protagonist stood nearby, realizing that it felt pretty dull here because he'd need to remember every word that was written down. The reason he felt down wasn't about being here itself, but because he'd have to learn it all in a beginner's class, which seemed a bit beneath him. Right next to him, there was a noisy little boy who pointed toward him and started nudging him, claiming that he was being too loud. This whole situation caught the teacher's attention, and he seemed annoyed with our protagonist even though not long ago, he had gone through a lot of trouble just to get our protagonist admitted into this school. So now he should act respectfully and be grateful for the teacher who was here to guide him, especially since our protagonist lacked proper learning. Even though he knew he wasn't going to win this argument, there was one thing he could rely on, his experience from his past life. So he figured he could help improve the way the children were taught for a better future. Still, when he said this, the teacher didn't like it one bit. He got mad because the methods he was teaching had been passed down through many generations. Our protagonist tried to make it clear that he didn't mean to talk down on the teacher's work. He only meant that while the work he was doing might not give the best results, the teaching method of the Funk Academy was very effective, though also quite complicated, requiring knowledge of different traits. The method our protagonist had worked on transformed the characters into simple signs, each with its own sound, while the funk method was a more straightforward way to teach the boys. Just then, another person showed up. It was S.I. Hang, who seemed curious and asked if the protagonist could share a bit more of his knowledge. The teacher, now feeling a bit awkward, looked at S.I. Hang with some respect. After a long pause, the protagonist started explaining everything, and it seemed to fascinate them, though the teacher still thought it was silly. He didn't believe they should mess with methods that had been created by the wise people of the past. But then S.I. Hang spoke up again, cutting off the teacher. He said he had just made an incredible discovery and was thinking of going to the great Shoga dynasty to present it, as there was a system that rewarded people who came up with something useful for society. He also thought that sooner or later people would notice how unique the protagonist was, so the only way to avoid unwanted attention was for him to stand out with his own projects. Then he looked at our hero and asked if he wanted to become his student. Our protagonist humbly bowed and accepted this offer. While this was happening, the scene shifted to a lake, where we saw the protagonist's small pets, 3 of them playing around with a ball. They played happily, but the catfish seemed to enjoy it the most and asked the crab to throw the ball as hard as he could. The crab, finding this fun, used his tiny claw to push the ball quickly toward the catfish. The catfish tried to catch it but couldn't as it was too fast, and it hit him square in the face, throwing him backward. He was knocked back with such force that he ended up smashing into something. What he hit turned out to be a bell, and as the bell cracked, a strange light started to glow from it. At night time, deep beneath the surface of a river, Liang swam purposefully through the murky water, and Stubby was looking very happy. He paused, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed the little crocodile, affectionately calling it and conceding that this particular victory was all Stubby's. Following Stubby's lead, the man came upon an underwater tunnel. He asked Stubby if it had dug this passage. The little crocodile, now floating on its back, puffed out its chest and proudly patted its belly. As if to say, "Of course, it was me." The man chuckled, praising Stubby for being so amazing. Venturing into the tunnel, the man found himself in a surprisingly vast underwater cavern, much larger than he had anticipated. Glowing turquoise vines snaked along the cavern walls, casting an ethereal light. He wondered if these vines were the source of the illumination and if there was more space to be explored above. Reaching out, he touched one of the vines, noting its unexpectedly soft texture. Curious, he even tried to bite into it but found it far too tough to even leave a mark. Calling out to his companions, Stubby, Chonky, and Fist, the man urged them forward. They swam upwards through the vine-filled passage and soon broke the surface of the water within the cavern. To Liang's astonishment, they had emerged into an air-filled chamber. He looked around, realizing that all the glowing vines seemed to originate from this very place. His senses tingled, and he narrowly dodged a sudden attack as a large, spiky, blue-green creature lunged from the shadows. He coolly remarked that it was too slow. He had spotted it a while ago. He identified the attacker as a massive water centipede. The centipede struck again, but before it could reach Liang, Fist, the crab, scuttled forward and met the attack head-on. Landing a powerful blow, Liang observed that Fist seemed to have grown a lot stronger. Fist grappled with the formidable water centipede, its large claws locking onto the insectoid creature and twisting. The man praised Fist for its excellent work. He then mused on the nature of the water centipede, recalling that their bite force was terrifying. More importantly, he knew they possessed a weapon feared by martial artists, poison. The thought crossed his mind that if he could control such a creature, it would serve as a potent hidden weapon, and he conveniently still had an available slot for another spirit link. He picked up a sharp, shed piece of the centipede's carapace. He commented on how insanely strong his own body had become after a recent breakthrough, yet when he pressed his finger against the sharp edge, he could only just barely draw a single drop of blood. He made a mental note to ask his senior brother Lu about acquiring a dagger. With the water centipede subdued and held fast by Fist, the man approached it. He placed his finger, now carrying that drop of blood, onto the centipede's head, initiating a blood sigil of dominion. He was taken aback by the creature's immense spiritual resistance, exclaiming that it was as strong as a crocodile. Red warning signs flashed in his mind, indicating danger. A moment later, a systemic notification confirmed his success. Water beast subjugated, heavenly water centipede evolution available. Breathing a sigh of relief, Liang was glad he had managed to overcome the challenge. The man decided that, given its fierce nature, he would call this centipede Away. Information about his new companion appeared. The heavenly water centipede was a mutated water centipede. Nourished by water spirit mushrooms and strengthened by martial blood, it could evolve into a winged heavenly water centipede by consuming 10,000 water essence points. His relief quickly turned to dismay when he saw the cost of evolution: 10,000 essence points. He lamented that every new beast he tamed seemed to become more expensive to upgrade. Composing himself, he turned to Away and asked it where it had found and eaten the water spirit mushroom. The newly tamed centipede led him towards a dark, narrow opening deeper within the cave. The man followed, remarking that the passage looked creepy as hell. As he peered into the oppressive darkness, his eyes adjusted to reveal a startling sight. A large ancient skeleton, still clad in tattered robes, was seated on a stone dais. As if in meditation, the glowing blue vines seemed to converge around it, some even wrapped around its skeletal limbs. Inscribed characters were visible on the stone beneath the skeleton. Liang let out a gasp of surprise, realizing this was a significant discovery. Sometime later, the man, Liang Chu, stood before the seated skeleton with his companions. Stubby the crocodile, Fist the crab, and Away the centipede. He had managed to decipher some of the ancient characters inscribed on the stone beneath the skeleton. He murmured with surprise that the great Xian Water Vanguard had ended his own life here. Frustration flickered across his face as he admitted he couldn't read the rest of the characters. He pondered the presence, reasoning that it didn't seem like the individual had merely drifted into the cave. He wondered if there could be an ancient battlefield nearby. If so, his eyes lit up at the thought there might still be spiritual weapons or other valuable items left around. His attention was drawn to a dark, ornate box resting in the skeleton's lap. He surmised that this box must be the one that had held the water spirit mushroom Away had eaten. With a respectful apology for the offense, he carefully took the box from the skeleton. Inside, several more pieces of the glowing blue water spirit mushroom lay, though one portion was clearly missing. He concluded that the missing piece was the one Away had consumed. Addressing the remains, Liang Chu respectfully promised the senior that he would take the remains and bury them under a field of spiritual lotus. Considering it a proper burial with that, he turned his attention to the remaining mushroom pieces. A determined glint in his eye, it was time to level up, he declared, and this time he aimed to break past the big 50. He decided to share the precious mushroom. He mentally calculated, giving Stubby a sixth. Chonky the catfish and Fist the crab would each get 1/12. He then looked at Away, the centipede, and teasingly asked what it wanted, since it had already eaten a whole one. With a grin, he announced that the rest was his. He popped a piece of the glowing mushroom into his mouth, making a soft, slurping sound. He exclaimed how smooth and tender it was, like tofu, and incredibly refreshing. A notification appeared, plus 216 water essence points. He was thrilled, noting that this was even higher than Crab Row if he used it all for upgrading. He thought with excitement he could achieve great things. After that, he hit the button. A series of system notifications followed. Fusion with Water Monkey Swamp Spirit over halfway complete. New innate ability unlocked. The new ability was revealed, Aqua Leap. Energy surged through Liang Chu, a blue aura enveloping him as his spirit refined. A small, glowing orange mark appeared on his chest, then spread into a fiery, branched pattern. After that, he stand up and show his respect to Skeleton. Standing by the edge of the water within the cavern, he decided it was time to test his new skill. With a burst of blue energy, he shot forward. He crashed into the cavern wall. It seemed to be a movement skill, he mused, but it really burned stamina and was hard to control directionally. He then recalled a note about his Aqua Vault ability. It might evolve into a divine power called Aqua Mile Stride with the river's favor. If that Aqua Mile Stride skill was real, he thought it would be absolutely insane. He felt his water control ability increase by another 150 kilograms, a significant leap in improvement. As for his creatures, each of them had grown by about 200 to 500 points. The updated evolution cost showed Stubby now needing 230 points, Chonky 210, and Fist at 7,600. He was suddenly taken aback. He questioned how Chonky had surpassed the others in terms of reduced evolution cost, exclaiming that it didn't add up. He then chuckled, dismissing it, figuring Chonky probably had its own fortuitous encounter, perhaps possessing a catfish system or something similar. He laughed heartily. Looking at the Aqua Leap ability description again, which mentioned evolving into Aqua Mile Stride with the river's favor, he had a feeling this was related to the upcoming river festival. He decided to use the week before the festival to study hard with his master. 1 week later, in early winter, a village nestled in a valley was bustling. Someone knocked on a wooden door, calling out for Wade and announcing it was time to head to the festival. Inside, Wade called for Zeno. The centipede crawled onto his outstretched hand and wrapped around his forearm, transforming into what looked like a dark, ornate bracer. Now dressed in formal robes with a fur-lined collar, Wade opened the door, a confident smile on his face, and declared it was time to go. The village square was filled with people. Drums beat rhythmically in a darker alley. A little girl in a red, fur-trimmed dress stood near a goat, then suddenly burst into tears. A woman rushed to her near, terrified, pointed down the alley, wailing that there was a monster. The woman tried to dismiss it, saying there were no monsters in the village, and offered to buy her some candied haws to stop her crying. Unseen by them, a monstrous, gray-skinned creature with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth peered around a corner. The festival was in full swing. Men beat large drums, and others carried trays with sacrificial animal heads, an ox and a pig. A shaman with a wild mane of white hair and a fearsome mask was instructed to resume his position. The chief priest then told him to proceed. Wade, now in his role as a ritualist, ascended a tall wooden platform where offerings of fruit and incense were laid out. The shaman below announced for the ritual to begin. Wade unrolled a scroll and began to read, his voice carrying over the crowd. He spoke of borrowing the land of Yixing City, dwelling near the waters of the Jianghuai rivers, entrusted by the people, carrying their hopes, and presenting the offering in reverence to the river god's might. From the crowd, 2 of his acquaintances watched. The young man remarked on how majestic Wade looked. But inside he looked concerned, thinking that while he didn't know what had happened to him, they grew up together. He wondered if he was still truly Wade. Suddenly, a dark, spindly figure was seen leaping across rooftops. It was the gray-skinned monster. Wade, from his high platform, caught sight of it and was instantly alarmed that, he realized, was the mountain ghost his senior brother Lu had talked about. He recalled the description from Hiamutang's notes on Oddity's cracked bark-like skin. Humanoid form, relishing the flesh of infants. The monster appeared on a rooftop overlooking the crowd. The little girl near, still holding her candied haws, screamed in terror, crying that it was the monster again. The crowd looked up, shocked and confused by the gurgling creature. The monster then leaped down, smashing through a wooden structure and landing amongst the panicking villagers. People screamed, "Monster!" and in start running. One guy shouted for everyone to scatter quickly. In the chaos, Nier was separated from her mother, crying out for her. Her mother desperately searched for her. The mountain ghost spotted Nier and lunged towards her. Wade, still on the platform, saw the danger and knew he wouldn't make it in time. Chun Zhichang, the purple-eyed young man from the crowd, also saw Nier and shouted, "This is bad." He rushed forward, yelling Nier's name, and managed to tackle her out of the monster's immediate path, but fell with her. The monster loomed over them. Chun Zhichang grit his teeth, declaring he hadn't been idle these past days. He launched a flying dagger at the monster, a technique he had learned, but the creature was too fast and dodged it. Chun despaired, knowing he wouldn't make it in time to save them from the monster's next attack. The monster's sharp claws descended towards him. He yelled for Wade if he had any tricks. Now was the time. Realizing he was still too far. Damn it, too late, he thought, spotting a large pot of water used for the ritual. A desperate idea formed. The Aqua Stride ability needed water as a medium, so he would create the condition himself. He plunged his hand into the pot, commanding the water to rise. A torrent of water erupted, swirling around him. As the monster's claws neared Chen, Wade, empowered by the water, used Aqua Mile Stride, merging with the water and streaking across the ground. He landed with a ground-shattering impact on the monster. Just in time. Chun Zhichang stared in disbelief, asking Wade how he had done that. Wade, panting slightly, told Brother Jia to take the little girl and get out, leaving the monster to him. Chun, still stunned but understanding the urgency, agreed, promising to be back to help soon, and scooped up Nier, making his escape. Wade faced the mountain ghost, wondering why this thing was even here. The spot where it had stood before was now just cracked earth. It had disappeared. Suddenly it reappeared, attacking him. Wade blocked its blow, exclaiming at its strength. He was thrown back but quickly regained his footing. Now's my chance, he thought, lunging forward and landing a powerful blow, yelling, "Die." Just then Chun and another man returned, shouting Wade's name. Chun, with his dagger ready, knew they had to immobilize it first. Wade, now grappling monster hand with full strength, yelled at his companions to go for the joints and not to slash randomly. Chun and another man leaped forward, stabbing their daggers into the monster's back joints. The monster shrieked, its mouth agape, blue light emanating from its eyes. Wade, unimpressed, declared that wouldn't be good enough to kill it. He delivered another powerful kick, sending the creature stumbling. "Zeno, go!" Wade commanded. The centipede bracer on his arm detached and shot towards the mountain ghost, biting into its neck. Green, vein-like patterns spread from the bite, indicating the poison. Wade knew Zeno's poison was no joke and would hurt. The monster, now visibly affected and disoriented, staggered towards some nearby villagers who cringed in fear. Wade, seeing his chance, declared, "Not a chance." He hefted the heavy wooden pillar and, with a mighty swing, the pillar hit the monster. After that he jumped hard on pillar, impaling the mountain ghost to the ground. The creature lay twitching, its attack thwarted. Wade, breathing heavily, wondered if it was over. The mountain ghost gurgled its last words, "Ascend, the mortal." The surrounding villagers stared in stunned silence, whispering about what the monster was saying, if it could talk, and whether this was the river god punishing them. Chan and his companion observed that the villagers were losing it, and if this continued, no one would live peacefully. Wade looks at monster saying this is gift, declaring that this was a blessing for Yixing village. He raised a dagger. With a swift motion he brought the dagger down, and lift up head of monster, declaring this is the perfect offering for the river god. A system notification appeared. River's sacrifice to the Huai completed. River's favor plus 0.00001. The scene then shifts to the Yixing village ritual grounds on a morning in early winter. On a large wooden table set up as an altar, the offerings from the interrupted festival are displayed alongside the severed heads of an ox and several pigs. The grotesque head of the defeated mountain ghost has been placed as the central offering, its lifeless eyes and fanged maw grim trophy in the main square below. The villagers have gathered. They stand around the headless body of the mountain ghost, which remains gruesomely pinned to the ground by a thick wooden stake. A single figure sits alone on a bench, looking on at the aftermath of the battle. Liang Chu, still known to the village as Wade, sat and reflected on his recent battle. He recognized that, to defeat the mountain ghost, several things had to happen perfectly. First, he had to break through its skin barrier in time. Second, his synchronization rate with his spirit had soared, boosting his physical strength far beyond that of an ordinary skin barrier martial artist. He checked his status, which now listed his river's favor at 0.001. More importantly, his overall evaluation had changed. He dryly noted that he had finally graduated from being rated barely alive to insignificant, a small step up. The third critical factor, he acknowledged, was Zenith's deadly venom. Without it, things might have gone very badly, but most importantly, he had obtained the river's favor as he had hoped. This would allow his Aqua Leap skill to evolve into the divine ability Aqua Milestride. While the outcome was just as he expected, he was a little disappointed that the amount of favor gained was so small. Just then, an elderly man approached with another, announcing that Wade's doctor was here. As the doctor examines the claw marks on Wade's back and torso, he can't help but compliment the young man on his mighty physique. Wade politely brushes off the praise, simply asking the doctor to please examine the wound while wrapping a clean bandage around Wade's shoulder and chest. The doctor asks what materials his torn cloak and robe were made from, curious as to how the creature's claws managed to pierce them. Wade explains that the cloak was a gift from his second senior brother, made from dogbear hide that is as tough as steel, and the robe was from his 8th senior brother, woven with precious celestial silkworm silk. The doctor notes that even with such impressive protection, it wasn't quite enough to fully stop the attack, judging by the depth of the wound. This leads him to a stunning realization, and he asks if young Master Liang has managed to break through the skin barrier. A major accomplishment for a martial artist. The revelation that Wade has broken the skin barrier sends a shockwave through the assembled villagers. Gasps of skin barrier ripple through the crowd. Wade confirms with a nonchalant smile that this is correct. The villagers immediately erupt in praise, declaring that Wade has done well and brought great honor to the village, saying he will bring glory to their ancestors. The young man with purple eyes smiles, remarking that Wade is now a true martial artist, and it only took him a few short months. Another male companion, Chun Jieching, looks on with a complicated expression, his bare shoulders bandaged from his recent injuries. He thinks to himself that he still can't catch up to Wade. Elsewhere in the crowd, a familiar-looking bully sweats nervously, thinking that Wade has gotten way too strong. He worries that Wade might be coming to settle an old score with him. The village elder approaches Wade, asking him what that monster was, explaining that everyone is worried about it. Wade explains that the monster is called a mountain ghost, a creature that feeds on blood. He speculates that it was likely drawn to the village by the gathered bloodlust of the crowd during the festival. He adds that he can't say for certain if there are other mountain ghosts lurking near Yixing, but for 3 to show up at once is unusual and makes him suspect that something is off. The villagers become agitated, repeating that something is off amidst the worry chatter. One villager points up at the ritual platform and asks everyone if the head on the altar doesn't look familiar. Another villager agrees, saying that it looks a little like Lai Tuzhong. At that, recognition spreads through the crowd. Someone remarks that now that he mentions it, it does look like that scoundrel, and wonders what in the world happened to him. The name Lai Tuzhong sparks a connection in Wade's mind. All the recent events flash through his thoughts: alchemy, the Zhao estate, the mountain ghosts, the Lu clan. Lai Tuzhong and Fahong Temple, he curses himself, realizing he should have put it all together earlier. He concludes that while the alchemy may be real, raising mountain ghosts is the real, sinister business behind it all. Turning to the village elder, Wade says that this is no small matter. He explains that he must head to Pingyang County immediately to report to his master. He states his suspicion that the mountain ghost they just fought was, in fact, the man known as Lai Tuzhong. With grim determination, Wade declares that he is going to demand answers from those involved, no matter what. His journey takes him to an impressive estate marked by an ornate sign. There, he is greeted by an elegantly dressed woman. She calls him Xiaojiu, a name meaning little nine, and comments on how he is barely ever around, asking what brings him there today. Wade bows respectfully before her. Standing before his master's wife, he explains that he has come to report something important to his master. Inside, Wade gets straight to the point, telling his master's wife that he believes the recent mountain ghost incidents are connected to the Zhao estate. She takes a calm sip of tea and chuckles, remarking that he is clever as always, and that it's no wonder his master thinks so highly of him. Wade, observing her placid demeanor, notes that it seems she already knew about this. She smiles and acknowledges that she knew he would be anxious. However, she reminds him not to forget who his master is. She reveals that his master is none other than Yang Dongxiong, Pingyang's one and only martial artist in the tiger hunting realm, a level of power far beyond what he's faced so far. At a hidden stronghold of the Ghost Mother sect, tucked away high in the mountains, a group of cloaked figures ascends a long stone staircase. Suddenly, one of them senses something and pauses. He cries out, asking what in the hell that was. Another of the figures, seeing the chaos erupt, screams that they are under attack and yells for someone to sound the alarm. A massive, spinning blade of golden energy arcs through the sky, crashing into the Ghost Mother sect stronghold and decimating more of their cloaked members. From amidst a fiery aura, Wade's master, Yang Dongxiong, appears with a powerful voice that echoes across the mountains. He announces his arrival and demands the surrender of the scoundrels. Sometime later, Wade practices his strikes against a rope-wrap training post. He reflects that it has already been 2 days since he arrived at his master's place. The mistress had instructed him to stay at the martial hall, so he wouldn't interfere with his master's plan. He thinks about her generosity, as she had even given him a silver ingot worth 2001 for his daily expenses while at the estate. A memory of his mistress offering him the gold ingot flashes through his mind. Her telling him to take it and let her know if it's not enough. Wade notes that thanks to the pill the mistress also gave him, his injuries from the fight have healed quite a bit. He understands now why they've kept him here for safety. His master and mistress suspect the Ghost Mother cult will launch large-scale attacks on the martial artists at the hall to refine pills. He takes a deep, steadying breath. Suddenly, something hurtles towards him through the night air. Reacting in an instant, Wade whips around. His own fist glowing with energy, he meets the attack head-on, and the two forces collide with a powerful, echoing crack, creating a brilliant flash of light at the point of impact. The projectile Wade blocked smashes into the stone wall behind him, cracking the bricks. Who's there? He calls out, peering into the shadows. The small, golden ball he deflected now rests in a spiderweb of cracks in the paving stones at his feet. A figure emerges from the trees. He has long, light-colored hair and an easy smile. He casually tosses another golden ball in his hand as he compliments Wade, telling his junior brother that his vigilance isn't bad. Wade recognizes the man, addressing him as senior brother who explains that he heard Wade was here the moment he got back, and he figured he would find him in this spot. Wade asks if senior brother who just returned today, and he replies that he was just taking care of some minor matters. Wade, holding a long spear, looks ready for a fight. Senior brother who invites him to spar, suggesting that since Wade uses a spear, they should fight for a few rounds while they chat. With a determined smile, Wade agrees, telling his senior brother that he won't hold back. Taking a sparring stance with his spear, he politely asks senior brother who to enlighten him. Senior brother who starts the match, throwing several golden balls at Wade as Wade's eyes track the projectiles, who seizes the moment to rush forward with a pole arm, striking from an unexpected angle despite the distraction. Wade manages to swing his spear shaft just in time to block both the incoming balls and the pole arm in a single, sharp motion. With their pole arms locked, senior brother Who exchanges several quick blows with Wade, deflecting and parrying. Who smirks, seeing what he perceives as an opening in Wade's defense. Seizing the opportunity, Who executes a swift and powerful move, knocking the pole arm from Wade's hands. The weapon goes flying, and Wade is sent stumbling backward, disarmed instead of pressing his advantage. Senior brother Who pivots on one foot and catches his weapon, bringing it to a rest as Wade does the same, catching himself with a hand on the ground. Who compliments Wade, saying nice move, as one of the golden balls clatters to the stone floor. Who comments that it looks like Wade has already broken through the skin barrier. He adds that with such impressive speed, Wade really must be someone with a fate pattern. Wade, catching his breath while sitting on the edge of a rooftop, looks up in confusion and asks what a fate pattern is. Senior brother Who dismisses Wade's confusion, telling him that his fate pattern day isn't far off and that their master will explain everything when the time comes. With a challenging smile, he gestures for Wade to continue their spar. Wade agrees, and the two clasp hands before beginning again. They spar intensely in the courtyard, their pole arms clashing repeatedly. Who relentlessly pushes Wade, shouting that it's not enough and telling him to go again. He critiques Wade, telling him not to slack on his strength, and commands him to get up and keep going every time he stumbles. After some time, both of them are panting, taking a break while sitting on a low stone wall. Who mentions that what Wade told him about the Zhao estate lines up with what he has been investigating over the past few days. However, he adds that something about it feels too deliberate. Wade asks what his senior brother means by too deliberate. Who elaborates, saying it's as if someone wanted to leave a trail for them to follow, but then he dismisses the thought, saying perhaps he's just being too suspicious. Changing the subject, he hands Wade a book. He tells his junior brother that since he has just broken through the skin stage, this book will suit him well. It's called the Ball Force Method, and he explains it's perfect for a new martial artist at this level. Who goes on to explain that martial techniques are divided into two main categories, moves and force techniques. He clarifies that force techniques are methods for channeling and circulating chi and blood, representing a deeper level of control. Only martial artists who have achieved a certain level of chi and blood can use them, as it is a way to harness the force of one's entire body for their own use. He tells Wade to finish reading the book and then use this new method to spar with him later. While reading the book, Wade thanks his senior brother but points out that Who still hasn't told him why he was looking for him. Who snaps his fingers, exclaiming that he almost forgot. Senior brother Lu had sent him to find Wade. With a grin, Who announces that the spirit weapon senior brother Lu made for Wade is ready. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeons of the Ghost Mother cult's stronghold, a massive, monstrous figure hangs suspended by heavy chains. This creature, a grotesque fusion of several bodies, gurgles faintly. Inside the dungeon, a cloaked guard urges a group of frightened captives forward, telling them to run. The prisoners, their wrists bound, are herded past the cells. One of the captors, an older man named Lin Guiyong, hesitates as he looks at a young, terrified girl in the group, sighing as he thinks that she's the same age as his own daughter. Another cloaked figure snaps at him, addressing him as Brother Lin and asking what he is doing, reminding him that Lord Wu is still waiting. Further in, another group of cloaked figures stands before a shadowy figure. One reports that the pill ingredients are all prepared and that in 3 days they can feed it to that big guy. The shadowy figure declares that the chained creature is a rare mutant and that they must take proper care of it, emphasizing that these pill ingredients are especially crucial. Elsewhere in a cell, a child sobs for their parents. A group of captives lies on the floor, some trying to rouse an unconscious old man. One of the captives, a middle-aged man with grayish-blue hair, begins to stir, letting out a groan. He coughs weakly, and then, looking haggard and exhausted, he manages to speak, addressing someone as young lord. These weapons possess spirit, and where there is spirit, there is also nature. Those with fiery tempers are suited to wield explosive arms, which are depicted with fiery, aggressive energy. Conversely, those with gentle temperaments wield soothing arms, illustrated with a calm, flowing, water-like essence. A blacksmith works diligently in a fiery forge. This is the first stage of crafting a spirit weapon, softening the tungsten steel, refining its essence, and enhancing its resilience. The second stage involves activating the latent energy within a feather core and allowing it to be absorbed by the heated tungsten steel. As the two elements merge in the roaring flames, a third is introduced. A piece of shadow bat hide is placed into the forge. This material, which is said to teeter between illusion and existence, can slip into shadows and feed on blood. It will serve as the mold base for the spear's form, and as it is consumed by the fire, glowing purple runes flare up across its surface. The blacksmith calls out urgently to his junior brother. Wade. Wade replies, "Coming." The narration explains that a spirit weapon must be forged with the blood of its wielder. To complete the final step, spirit imbuement. Wade slices open his palm presents his bleeding hand with a determined look. He thrusts his bloody fist into the searing flames of the forge. As his blood mixes with the molten materials, the fire erupts violently. A brilliant, fiery energy in the shape of a magnificent bird of prey explodes from the forge, swirling around the workshop before solidifying into its final form. The blacksmith, Lu, holds up the newly forged spear. The red-wrapped shaft gives way to a dark, menacing spearhead wreathed in flickering flames and crackling with lightning-like energy. The spear vibrates violently in his hands. With great effort, the blacksmith struggles to control the weapon. He wonders in frustration if the weapon's spirit is rejecting the blood it was given. He glares at the spear, muttering if the spirit is still unruly. Even in death, with a grunt of exertion, the blacksmith, Lu, slams the unruly spear tip down into a large stone block, sending fiery shockwaves and cracking the stone. He pants, sweat beading on his brow. He announces to Wade that the weapon is finished, and tells him to try it. Wade stands before the spear, which is now embedded in the cracked stone block. Its shaft still smoldering. He marvels that this is his spirit weapon taking hold of the red-wrapped shaft. He lifts it, surprised by its weight. He estimates it must be at least 54 kilograms as Wade tests the weight and balance of his new spear. A small piece of stone block it was embedded in crumbles away. He gives it a practice swing. A trail of fire arcing through the air as the heavy weapon moves with surprising grace. The unruly energy has settled, and the weapon now seems perfectly in tune with its wielder. Wade marvels at the feeling, thinking that he feels a bond with his spear, as if they share the same breath and blood. The blacksmith, Lu, tells him that there are wooden stakes in the back courtyard and encourages Wade to go try it out in the courtyard. Wade practices with his new spear, unleashing a flurry of swift, powerful strikes against a wooden practice dummy, effortlessly slicing through the wood. The blacksmith, Lu, watches him with an appreciative smile, complimenting his nice form. He then points out that his junior brother still hasn't named his new spear. Wade considers the weapon, feeling its power in his hands. He decides that this spear he will name it Fubo. The blacksmith, Lu, observes that Wade's weapon is finished. Just then, senior brother who arrives with another man who has long, green-dyed hair and a prominent kiss mark on his cheek. This is Su Zi Shui. Wade greets both senior brother Hu and senior brother Su, asking the latter what brings him here. Hu interjects, asking Su to speak for himself and demanding to know what he did after their master sent him out to investigate. Su, patting his green hair, nonchalantly replies with a laugh that taverns and opera houses are great for gathering intel. Lu, unimpressed, addresses Su as Little Fourth and asks if he found anything useful. Su's demeanor shifts slightly as he admits that he did actually hear something and might have found one of the ghost mother's hideouts. A flashback shows how Su gathered his information. He explains that at the time, he was just admiring the flowers, referring to the beautiful women he was carousing with at a banquet. While enjoying a drink, he saw a group of men dressed in black robes passing by outside. He casually remarked that he honestly didn't get what people were thinking wearing black in broad daylight, and that it was asking for trouble if you asked him. As two of the women at his table playfully offered to drink with young Master Su, with one even offering to drink his cup for him, his mind was elsewhere, piecing together the puzzle. Su boasts that he just followed the cloaked men and it was as easy as pie, and what do you know, he found their hideout right near Manhua Temple. With a smug grin and a lipstick mark still on his cheek, he declares his mission accomplished. The blacksmith, Lu, muses that if the hideout is near Manhwa Temple, then they can move forward with the task their master gave them. He adds that given the current situation, a direct assault seems the most appropriate course of action. Senior brother Hu agrees, declaring that they will strike tomorrow and take down the hideout. Lu acknowledges his senior brother's command. Then, with a sly grin, Su throws an arm around Wade's shoulders, announcing that this time, little Ninth is coming with them, too. Wade looks utterly surprised, pointing to himself and asking me? With an uncharacteristically serious expression, Su tells his junior brother that it's about time he got some blood on his hands. He says Wade won't be able to avoid it forever, not with all the enemies their master has made. Lu smacks Su on the head, telling Wade not to listen to his nonsense. He then turns to Wade and asks, Ninth, what do you think? Wade, holding his new spear Fubo, smiles with quiet confidence. He tells Lu that he understands, and that he will go with them tomorrow. Inside the ghost mother cult's hideout, the massive, chained monster lets out another low gurgle. A cloaked figure leads a man identified as. Towards one of the cells, the cloaked man informs Steward Jing that Tiger is doing well, eating a lot, and is as strong as ever. The light-haired man aggressively tells the newcomers to scram, and not to disturb him, and his son, the cloaked guard, stammers an apology, telling Steward Jing to take his time, and they back away. Inside the cell, the light-haired man tenderly touches the monstrous tiger's arm, calling him his good son and saying he's worked so hard. He seems to lament his son's monstrous transformation. His expression then twists into something dark and cruel in his mind. He thinks to himself, how else could you help your father achieve immortality? This reveals that the man with the light hair is in fact Tiger's father, and he has orchestrated his son's horrific transformation for his own selfish gain. On a cold night in early winter, a group of cloaked figures leads another batch of captives into a secluded estate in the hills near Fa Temple. One of the captors, a lecherous-looking young man in a black hood, ogles the bound female captives, commenting that this batch of elixir materials has some real treasures in it today. Another captor scolds him, yelling again, and calling him a useless pig who can't keep it in his pants. The young man just laughs. Asking his boss to give him just a moment, the boss snarls at him to hurry up, warning that if he screws up on Voiwang's plans, he's dead meat. Meanwhile, hidden in the nearby woods, Wade, Lu, and Hu watch the hideout. With them is a large wolf-like dog. Lu observes that this must be the place senior brother Su mentioned. Hu mentions that it's a good thing their master left them Black Fong, referring to the wolf dog. He says that without the dog's keen nose, they wouldn't have been able to pick up on the subtle markers that little fourth Su left behind. Suddenly, Black Fong lets out a fierce bark. Lu immediately claps a hand over the dog's muzzle. Hushing it, Black Fong quiets down with a small whimper. Looking around, Lu suddenly realizes someone is missing and asks where senior brother Su went, who nonchalantly gestures with his head, saying, "Oh, little fourth." From his hidden position in the woods, senior brother Su produces a thin pipe. Like a blowgun, he takes aim and with a quick puff of air, sends a glowing projectile streaking through the night. The dart flies true, striking the lecherous young guard in the neck. Another of the attacker's glowing projectiles slices through the air, felling more of the cloaked guards. One of the surviving guards looks around in terror at his fallen comrades and screams that they are under attack, telling the others to move. Back in the woods, Hu recognizes the explosion as Su's signal. He tells the others that it's time to move. Wade, Lu, and Hu emerge from the forest, ready for battle, and with a final command of "let's go," they launch their assault on the hideout. As the trio attacks the ghost mother cult's hideout, they are met by a group of cloaked cultists. Lu unleashes a powerful blast of white, icy energy, striking the ground and sending shards of ice flying, knocking back several of his opponents. Simultaneously, other cult members leap from the rooftops, swords drawn, ready to counterattack. Wade stands in awe for a moment, thinking to himself that this must be the strength of a galloping horse realm warrior. Senior brother Hu snaps him out of it, telling his junior brother not to freeze up, as it's their turn now. Wade acknowledges his senior brother's command. He charges into the fray, his fists flying as he strikes a cultist, shattering his sword. He then pivots and weaves through a flurry of enemy sword strikes, before being surrounded by them of flaming arrows on a nearby rooftop. Senior brother Su draws his bow, taking aim at the ongoing battle below. Meanwhile, senior brother Hu cuts down several more cultists with his sword. Wade deflects an incoming sword strike with his spear. Fubo, one of the cultists, points out Wade's weapon. Yelling that spears aren't suited for tight spaces, he commands his comrades to surround him. They quickly close in, their swords pointed at Wade from all sides. Wade proves the cultists wrong with blinding speed. He expertly wields Fubo, the spear becoming a whirlwind of deadly motion. He effortlessly cuts down the surrounding cultists, deflecting their swords and felling them one by one. The long shaft of the spear gives him superior reach, and the heavy blade cuts cleanly through their defenses in a matter of seconds. All the cultists lie defeated around him. Seeing an opening, Wade calls out to his senior brothers, telling them he is on it. Lu then orders his junior brother to take Black Fong, find the hostages, and get them out in the underground passage beneath the hideout. The cultists are in a panic. Two of them yell about intruders, ordering the others to mobilize and meet them. Hidden. Meanwhile, one of the guards who had been standing with Lin Guiyong earlier has a sinister grin, thinking that it's finally over and there will be no more torment for him. His companion grabs him, urging brother Lin to run, telling him that the attackers have already broken in. Lin Guiyong, however, seems to have had a complete mental break. He mutters that the whole temple is gone and everyone's dead, blaming himself for blowing up a woman earlier. He thinks of the children who were killed, some the same age as his own daughter, and despairingly concludes that he can't take it anymore. He believes they are all guilty sinners who can't escape punishment as dark, shadowy tendrils of energy swirl around him. His companion looks at him in confusion, asking what brother Lin is saying. In a flash of motion, the guilt-ridden Lin Guiyong suddenly draws his blade and slits the throat of his companion, whispering that it's all Zhao Hongyuan and Zheng Xiang's doing. As his companion collapses, bleeding out on the cold stone floor, he looks down and thinks to himself that Zheng Xiang is still here and that he has to save his family elsewhere. An older, well-dressed man surveys the chaos with a look of utter disgust. He asks rhetorically if this is what happens with just 4 pupils under Yang Dongxiang's command. Enraged, the older man bellows out an order to release all the mountain ghosts they've been keeping locked up and to scatter them across the hilltop. His subordinates quickly reply, "Yes, sir." Internally, the man curses, realizing that this must be a setup by Zhao Hongyuan. He laments that of all the people who could have been sent into this mess, it had to be him. Despite the dire situation, the older man sees a silver lining. Thinking to himself that this is still a golden opportunity, he grins with a crazed look in his eyes as he stares up at the monstrous, chained tiger. He thinks that if he can just get out through the secret tunnel, he'll still have a chance to turn the tables. By sunrise at the bandit fortress pass, the battle is over. Lu, Hu, and Su stand amidst the rubble and the bodies of fallen cultists. Hu expresses his disgust, stating that for scum like them, death is too kind. Lu asks where their junior brother is. Su guesses that he is probably escorting the hostages down the mountain. Hu agrees, saying they are done there and that Wade should be back soon. Lu, however, seems worried. He states that the scent of blood in the air is far too dense, making him feel as though something is still lurking nearby. Elsewhere in the aftermath of the carnage, Wade walks with Black Fong through the woods. He wonders if there could be more captives hidden nearby. Black Fong leads him to a set of large stone doors built into the mountainside. Wade questions if it is a hidden tunnel. Black Fong begins reacting intensely, growling at the entrance. Wade realizes someone must still be inside. He places his hand on the door and pushes it open. As soon as he steps through, the stone doors slam shut behind him, trapping him inside. He finds himself in a dark, torchlit corridor. A system notification suddenly appears. It declares that the mountain sweep demon hunt has been triggered. With his current progress at none, it explains that he must complete this quest to earn the favor of the River Sovereign Lord, which will double his martial potential and grant him increased damage against water-type beasts for each realm he masters. Wade realizes that this must be a system quest. Suddenly, Black Fong lets out a warning bark. From the darkness ahead, glowing green eyes emerge. Wade questions if they are mountain ghosts. A horde of the creatures shambles forward. Wade observes that there are so many of them, though they all appear to be minor ones. He slams the butt of his spear into the ground and understands that he is not leaving until he defeats all of them with grim determination. He declares there will be no more hesitation and prepares for the fight. He thinks to himself that thanks to Zed, his body has been rapidly strengthened and his recent training has sharpened his skills. He wonders just how far he can go now. The mountain ghosts charge forward, and Wade meets them hidden, smashing one against a wall. The system updates his progress to 1. He thinks that there is no time to hold back and decides to take the initiative. He pierces another monster with his spear as his progress hits 2. He continues his relentless assault, punching and stabbing his way through the horde as his progress rapidly climbs to 6. Splattered in blood but unharmed, Wade prepares for the next wave. He announces that it's time for round 2 as more mountain ghosts swarm him. He throws his spear, impaling one against a far wall. Before running down the corridor, 2 monsters emerge from a dark doorway ahead, but he retrieves his spear and slices through both of them, his progress hitting 31. He stands panting in the silent corridor, wondering if it's finally over. He senses another presence. A voice calls out to Liang Chu, confirming that it really is him from the shadows. A man emerges. It is Xing Xiang. He sneers, expressing his surprise that the stinking orphan fishmonger could come this far. He says the timing is perfect because he has a gift for Wade. Xing Xiang then drags forward a beaten and haggard man. He taunts the captive Lu Zhongsan, telling him that his son's fellow disciple has come to save him. Wade is stunned, recognizing the man as Instructor Liu's father. Filled with rage, his eyes glowing, he warns Xing Xiang that his senior brothers are nearby and that he is done for. Xing Xiang just scoffs at the threat. Suddenly, the wall behind them explodes outward. The massive, grotesque monster from the dungeons bursts through. Wade is shocked by the sight of the creature. Xing Xiang challenges him, declaring they will see who finishes who. At dawn in early winter, at one of the Ghost Mother cult's hidden bases, Lu, Hu, and Su are running through the forest. Su asks if there is a reason for them to be so tense. Lu explains that the mountain ghosts they have faced so far were all barely at the skin-breaking stage. He says it is not those they fear for little ninth Wade, but the danger that a greater mountain ghost might be here, one with the strength of the galloping horse realm. Inside, Wade thinks to himself that this is the most dangerous situation he has encountered since his rebirth. He faces the massive, hulking mountain ghost with its thick, trunk-like arms. He concludes that there is no doubt this ghost has strength approaching the galloping horse realm. Still, he thinks he has no intention of just surrendering. He scoffs at the thought, remembering that he has fought too hard to earn this new life and he is not about to give it up here. The monster attacks, but Wade holds his ground, telling himself that danger is just a part of life. He flashes back to a memory of a miserable childhood in a wheelchair and thinks that if that could not defeat him, then this should not scare him. The monster's fist smashes down, but Wade leaps and dodges. He blocks another attack with the shaft of his spear but is nearly crushed. He barely evades a sweeping punch from the monster watching from the sidelines. Xing Xiang is amazed that this brat has only been in the martial hall for half a year. The monster charges again in the distance. Xing Xiang frantically screams at his son to kill him. Wade meets the creature's attack with a powerful upward slash of his spear, but the impact of the blow sends him flying backward into a pile of rubble. He coughs up blood. Xing Xiang laughs maniacally, mocking Wade for thinking he was in any position to settle scores with his family lying in the rubble. Wade curses, realizing the gap in strength is too wide. Just then, a system notification appears. It states that the time limit for the mountain sweep, Demon Hunt, has been reached and rewards are being calculated. Wade wonders what is happening. A new message appears, updating his progress to 32. It declares that his affinity with the River Sovereign has reached level 3, and he has gained the favor of the River Sovereign Lord once. The next message explains that by receiving this grace, he may fuse with a portion of the River Lord Emperor's grace, attain the first realm of martial Dao apotheosis, double his martial talent, and gain increased damage against water-type demon beasts. The system asks if he wishes to fuse battered and bloody. Wade coughs and lets out a weak laugh, questioning if this is his luck. He thinks to himself that luck is also a part of strength and resolves to fuse. His consciousness is pulled into a black and white space. He stands in a ripple of dark water and wonders where he is. Suddenly, two massive, glowing golden eyes open in the darkness before him. He questions what it is, realizing that he is unable to move his body. An immense, ethereal blue dragon looms over him. A voice asks the River Lord if he is truly going to show no regard for face at all. Wade wonders who the River Lord is. He then finds himself inhabiting the body of an armored warrior with a regal bearing. This figure states that violating the heavenly laws leads only to death, and surrender is the only path to survival. Wade is stunned, realizing that he is the River Lord, that he has entered his body. The ethereal dragon roars its defiance and lunges. The River Lord meets the attack and declares that this technique is called dragon severing, unleashing a powerful strike. Back in the real world, Zhang Xiang laughs, mocking Wade for daring to trouble him with such poor skills. Zhang Xiang rants about what he has done wrong, yelling that all he ever wanted was a way to survive. He says that people like them are born with patrons and good fortune, but all he has is his son, and he can only beg for a path forward. He screams about how long he fought just for the position of chief steward and calls Zhao Hongyuan a blind fool, questioning what people like them could possibly understand. Finally, he points a finger at Wade and commands his son to kill him. The mountain ghost roars and lunges toward the Wade, but just as it's about to strike, Wade's eyes snap open, now glowing with the same golden light as the River Lord. A massive explosion of power erupts from his body, shattering the ground around him and throwing the monster back. Zhang Xiang is shocked, asking what that was. Wade slowly rises to his feet, a smoky aura billowing around him, his eyes still burning with a golden light. He now looks like a completely different person, ready for round 2. Sometime before at dawn, flashback shows Wade asking his master Yang Dongxiong just how strong the Forge and Transcendent Rainbow realms are. Yang Dongxiong explains that no one has seen them, so no one truly knows, but there is one title that sums it up well: the Divine Realm. Awakened to this new power, Wade's eyes glow with a golden light. He forms a hand sign and unleashes the attack he learned in the spiritual realm. Dragon severing. An immense, swirling vortex of dark energy erupts from him, tearing up the ground and consuming everything around it. Zhang Xiang asks what the hell that thing is. Lu Zhongxuan, held captive nearby, recognizes the power and nervously identifies it. Zhang Xiang dismisses it as trickery and once again screams for the mountain ghost to kill him as the creature lunges. Wade stands calmly, the red shaft of his spear spinning in front of him. The mountain ghost stops mid-charge, suddenly unable to move. Zhang Xiang laughs, thinking it is just for show. His smile vanishes as he watches in horror. The mountain ghost looks down, confused, as its hand begins to dissolve into black and blue vapor. The disintegration spreads up its arm. With a final, gurgling cry of "Father," the monster completely vanishes, now truly alone. Zhang Xiang falls to his knees, utterly defeated. He mutters to himself that he now has nothing left. As the fades, Wade finally collapses from exhaustion. Looking at the unconscious boy, Zhang Xiang's grief turns to rage. He snarls that it is all Wade's fault and that as long as he kills him, everything will be fine. As he picks up a rock to finish the job, a nearby wall explodes. He realizes someone is coming. Lu, Hu, and Su enter the destroyed chamber. Lu remarks that there is even a hidden chamber left undiscovered here. Hu sees the unconscious figure on the floor and exclaims that it's their little junior brother, wondering what happened. The others go to help Wade up. Lu observes that it looks like a serious fight took place hiding behind a pillar. Zhang Xiang curses his luck, knowing that his only chance now is to escape and turn the tables. As Lu and the others decide to take their junior brother out first before searching the place, Zhang Xiang sees his chance to slip away. He quietly leaves through a hidden passage. Just as he reaches the exit, a figure in a black cloak appears. Calling his name, it is Lin Guiyong. He frantically asks Zhang Xiang where his family is, his daughter, and his wife. Zhang Xiang sneers, asking him what is with that tone, and reminds him that he is the chief steward now. This enrages Lin Guiyong, who grabs him by the collar, demanding to know where his family is. Zhang Xiang says that with all the chaos, who the hell knows where they are. He then laughs cruelly, suggesting that maybe the mountain ghosts ate them. Overcome with rage, Lin Guiyong draws his blade. He slits Zhang Xiang's throat and tells him to go to hell and atone for his sins. As Zhang Xiang lies dying, Lin Guiyong turns and walks into the darkness. holding on to the hope that there is still a chance his family might be alive. In his unawakened state, Wade feels an immense, lingering pain. As if his entire body has been torn apart, he recalls the vision of the river lord in the spiritual plane, swinging his weapon to cleave a massive water dragon in two. He suddenly screams and jolts upright in bed. He looks around and realizes he is in a room at his master's residence. He questions this, remembering that he was just fighting the mountain ghosts. He assumes the battle must have ended while he was unconscious and that his senior brothers saved him. A system notification appears. It states that the partial fusion with the River Lord Sovereign's spirit is complete. He has obtained the first realm of martial Tao apotheosis. His martial talent has doubled, and his damage to water-type beasts has increased by 10%. Wade realizes this is the reward from the mountain sweep, demon hunt quest. He is surprised that the spirit could even fuse with the Sovereign Lord. He gets out of bed and picks up his spear. He thinks that if this enhances his martial talent, he should test. He takes a stance and, as expected, he feels his comprehension of martial arts has deepened. He can sense a boiling point within his spear, as if the weapon is breathing at the same time. The fiery pattern on his chest flares up. He notes that it is 3 inches thick and 2 feet long, and that it can already start cultivating flesh. He reflects that he has only practiced martial arts for 2 months and he is already approaching the second boundary. He recognizes this as the opportunity that has brought him. The door to his room opens. Senior Brother Hu and Senior Brother Su enter, and Hu greets him with a yo, remarking that he did not expect his little junior brother to be so energetic right after waking up. Wade turns, startled, then greets them politely. Hu says it is nothing and that they are just there to ask him about what happened in the hidden chamber. Wade recounts that after defeating the last mountain ghost under Zheng Xiang's command, he blacked out. He thinks to himself that this means his senior brothers do not know about the ghost. He decides it is better to keep that hidden, otherwise the Z-spirit could be exposed. Su tells him that Zheng Xiang died at the scene. Wade is shocked by this news. He wonders if this means someone was hiding in the shadows watching him back then. He questions why they would not have helped him if they were not from the Zhao Manor. Hu tells him he will report everything to their master and that Wade should rest for now. He says the next plan will likely be a full sweep. Su then cheerfully congratulates Wade, saying that he heard from junior brother Lu that his house is almost done with renovations. Wade is confused by the news of a house renovation. When he arrives back at his village, he is stunned. He asks if this is his house. It is now a grand 2-courtyard residence. One of the workers on the roof spots him and announces that Master Liang is back. Lu Quanfu greets him, proudly explaining that they built it following the 2-courtyard blueprint. Wade smiles and tells him not to call him Master Liang, insisting that Uncle Fuck is older than him and should just call him Shui. Like before, the village chief steps forward and explains that because he saved the townsfolk, the house is everyone's way of saying thanks. He then presents a pouch of coins, explaining that they even pooled together extra money for him. Wade politely declines, telling the village chief that it is not necessary. He says the money should go to paying everyone's wages and providing 2 real rice meals a day, with any leftover funds after the house is built being everyone's bonus. One of the workers is shocked, mentioning that there is even white rice. Another worker remarks that in times like these, rice is more expensive than meat. The workers all begin to cheer for him, shouting that Master Liang is righteous, so cool and generous. Wade is flattered by the praise. He asks the village chief how the town has been lately. The chief explains that thanks to Shui, the Yangdong Martial Hall sent 2 third boundary warriors to help guard them, though he adds that their faces are a bit scary. Wade laughs, saying that is normal for martial artists. He looks at the smiling villagers and thinks to himself that if his lord and his father could see this scene, they would be so proud. He silently vows that he will live his life well. That night, Wade stands by the river with his beasts. He thinks about how his boat was destroyed last time and that he will need to buy a new one if he wants to fish again, but then he recalls that ever since awakening Zed, he has been looking forward to this moment. He says he never expected that water manipulation could go this far. As he steps onto the water, blue energy swirls around his feet. He realizes that even in deep waters, he can now ride the waves. Lightning crackles around him as he stands atop the water, feeling that it is simply glorious. In a grand hall, a man named Zhao and his son kneel before an envoy. Zhao tearfully explains that the main stronghold was taken, His most trusted head steward Zhang Xiang died there, and over 100 of their mountain ghosts were killed. The envoy kicks the older man, Zhao, telling him all he does is cry. The envoy is furious. He laments that they were just about to harvest the fruits, when this happens, and wonders how the stronghold was exposed. He notes that so many of their strongholds are gone, but at least they still have enough pill materials for now. He orders Lord Zhao to get the boat ready, saying they need to return to the cult immediately. Lord Zhao assures him that a boat will be ready by morning, and thanks him profusely as he leaves. Later, in the courtyard, Lord Zhao's son, Zhao Hongyuan, asks his father what is wrong. Lord Zhao looks up at a jujube tree, explaining that he planted it 5 years ago, but it has never borne fruit. He asks his son if he knows why he kept it. The son says he does not know. The father explains that even without fruit, the tree is valuable because it attracts birds and beasts every day for them to eat. He reveals that Zhang Xiang, Lin Guiyong, and young Master Lu were the birds and beasts, born to be devoured by them. He coldly calls it natural selection. Zhao Hongyuan is shocked, realizing that his father sent Zhang Xiang to the stronghold on purpose. His father tells him that trees will eventually rot and one cannot rely on them forever, adding that the ghost mother cult, this rotten tree, is about to fall. He then hands his son a wooden box and instructs him to have someone deliver it to that Liang kid. He says that tonight, they will set sail for Hangzhou and let Huang Zijuan deal with the mess the next day. Wade is walking through the village when he is recognized by the students of the martial hall. One calls him senior brother Liang. Another comments on how handsome he is. A group of men gossip about his fight. One claims he heard Wade killed dozens of mountain ghosts all by himself. Another corrects him, saying he heard it was hundreds. Wade thinks to himself that the rumors are getting out of hand and that it was probably senior brother Su who started them. He suddenly spots his senior brothers, Lu, Su, and another, standing together. Su calls him over, telling Little Nine to come and see what Zhao Manor sent him. Wade is confused, questioning why the Zhao Manor would send him something. He opens a small wooden box and finds land deeds and letters inside. One of the letters, from Lord Zhao, explains that the shop deeds are worth 2,300 taels of silver and are to be considered an apology to Wade, while the rest are gifts for everyone who reads another document and realizes that this Lord Zhao is no ordinary man. He explains that it is all clearly marked, the ghost mother cult's escape routes, times, and their contacts, who suggests that it is possible their stronghold was deliberately exposed. Su adds that if that is true, then this person's scheming runs deep. Lu says he will go report to their master and ask for their next steps, vowing that they will not let a single cultist escape. 1 month ago somewhere, a man, old Lu, is chopping wood when his neighbors ask if he is going to bring his wife her meal again. He replies that he does not want her to go hungry. While she is watching the boat by the river, a woman comments that old Lu is a good man, unlike her own lazy husband. Old Lu says he has to hurry so his wife and Aju will not go hungry. He walks through a field of tall grass towards the river. Spotting their boat by the shore as he emerges from the grass, he smiles and calls out for Aju. Suddenly, a figure appears behind him and slits his throat. He collapses, dropping the lunchbox he was carrying. Someone picks it up, revealing themselves to be an exact double of old Lu with a sinister smile. The double says it is time to bring her food and walks away, leaving old Liu's flayed body behind in the grass. Back to present. A lone boat sits docked at a quiet riverside pavilion. Fake old Lu, carrying a bucket, walks toward his wife and daughter, Aju, who are seated under the shelter. He thinks to himself that it has been and today is the final day of the appointment made by Envoy Huang. He glances at his wife and daughter and thinks that when the time comes, he will have to deal with them. Suddenly, a voice whispers in his head, taunting him that he cannot bear to do it and offering to help him if he cannot. In a panic, he rushes to the water's edge and splashes water on his face, shouting for the voice to stay away from him, but the voice laughs, telling him he cannot get rid of it, for they are one and the same. Just then, Wade and senior brother Su approach and ask if he is still ferrying people today. Su says the two of them need to cross and will need his ferry service. The man agrees to take them. His wife calls for him to take it slow, while Aju waves, calling out, "Bye-bye, Daddy." As the man pulls the boat out onto the river, Wade thinks to himself that they cannot move yet, as they should be nearby. He looks at Lu from behind, thinks they must prepare for the action later, cursing the cultists of the Ghost Mother sect. Su asks the ferryman if that was his wife and daughter. The man smiles and says yes. Za's expression darkens. He tells him that saying those words while wearing someone else's skin is disgusting. The man pretends not to understand. Suddenly, Su draws 2 daggers and declares that it looks like he will have to peel off that skin before he speaks the truth. The man curses, thinking that he needed just one more day. In a fit of rage, he screams that if he could have just made it through today, he would not have had to kill them. Now enraged, he yells that he is going to kill them both. A dark aura erupts from his body, and he pulls out 2 hooked blades. Wade recognizes the aura as that of a galloping horse stage. Wade uses the butt of his spear to steady himself as Su and the imposter clash blades. The boat rocks violently. Su points out that there are 2 of them and only one of him, asking how long he can hold out. The man glares and asks who said he was alone. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in chains leaps out of the water. The newcomer cackles, saying that old Lu should have let him out earlier. Wade is alerted that there is another one, but it is too late. Chains shoot out and wrap around his arms, pulling him into the river. On the boat, old Lu reveals that ghost mother guards are always together, one in the light, one in the dark. He taunts Su, saying that his shadow guard has specialty is underwater assassination and that if Su cannot kill him in 5 minutes, the kid will die. Underwater, the shadow guard smirks, thinking that Wade's lungs must have burst by now and that underwater is his domain. Suddenly, the chains violently yank him downward, slamming him into the riverbed. He screams, asking what that is submerged in the water. Wade thinks that ever since his fusion level passed 70, he has been curious how far he could go underwater, and so he should thank him. He takes hold of the chains. The shadow guard cannot believe the immense force with which he is being pulled in. With glowing eyes, Wade looks at his opponent and welcomes him to his domain. The shadow guard is lost in a desperate internal monologue. He thinks that if gods existed, then why did they not save him and his people from slaughter, and why have they never responded to his prayers? He questions why he would end up in such a state if gods truly existed. He cackles, remembering the saying that only before death can one see the gods. Back to underwater, the shadow guard stares at Wade, wondering who exactly this guy is. He decides his advantage is speed and that as long as he is fast enough, the kid is dead for sure. He lunges at Wade, yelling for him to die. But Wade easily dodges, using a technique called water traverse to instantly close the distance. He lands a powerful punch to the guard's jaw, sending him flying. The guard is shocked that he disappeared, unable to believe it when he is at the galloping horse stage. Suddenly, Wade yanks hard on the chains, pulling the disoriented guard toward him. The guard can only watch in horror as Wade prepares a final, devastating punch. The impact is so powerful it shatters the ground beneath water itself, creating a massive shockwave. Wade lets out a breath, confident that dealing with someone in the galloping horse stage underwater is no problem at all. He wonders how senior brother Su is doing and decides he should get back to the boat. Lying at the bottom of the river, broken and defeated, the shadow guard thinks to himself that his big brother was right. He now understands that it is before death that one can truly see a god. A massive green crocodile, stubby, now much larger, swims past with Wade on its back. On the boat, the old Lu imposter is slammed back onto the deck. He is still taunting Su, saying that his little junior is dead for sure. Suddenly, a hand grabs the side of the boat. It is Wade and Su cries out, "Xiao Jio," in relief. Wade pulls himself onto the boat, panting. He explains that the short guy was eaten by a water beast underwater. He pretends to be weak and unable to move. In the distance, Stubby surfaces, confirming his story and making Su and the real old Lu think that Wade was just lucky. The imposter is arrested, and as he is led away, he looks back at real Liu's wife and daughter. The wife glares at him with hatred while the daughter hides behind her, terrified. Later, Wade observes that the cultists from the Ghost Mother sect do not seem particularly strong. Su explains that they are a broken generation. He says that a martial artist at the tiger hunting stage can live for 120 years, and one at the immortal stage even longer, but it has been 60 years since the fall of Great Qin. The older generation can still hang on and the really old ones can live, But the middle generation is already dead, so immortal stage-level veterans will not just show up casually. Wade concludes that these people are not the backbone of the Ghost Mother sect. Su agrees, saying that the scary ones are the elites who come out of the sect. At the Zhao Manor, the envoy paces in the courtyard. He thinks to himself that after 40 years of joining the sect, developing branches and gaining followers, he finally obtained the blood sacrifice grand technique. He muses that the sect is lacking in talent and desperately needs new blood, and that this wolf smoke great pill is his greatest hope. Just then, a loud crash echoes through the courtyard. The main gate is smashed open by a massive log that is sent hurtling toward him. He uses his power to shatter the log before it hits him and demands to know who is there. From the smoke and debris, Lu Gang and senior brother who emerge. Lu Gang attacks the envoy, but the man blocks the punch with his forearm. But the force of the blow sends the envoy sliding backward into a wall, shattering it on impact. Lu assesses that this man likely has mid-level wolf smoke power, one realm higher than himself. With his eyes glowing, Lu steels himself, knowing this battle must be swift and decisive. The envoy rises, and Hu thinks to himself that he thought the man was strong. He is concerned that the envoy took a punch from senior brother Lu without any injury at all. As the envoy dusts himself off, a powerful purple aura erupts around him. He declares that if that is all they have, then none of them are walking away alive today. Lu exclaims that it is Chi Force. He stomps the ground, causing 2 stone lion statues to rise into the air. With a powerful kick, he sends the statues hurtling toward the envoy. The envoy easily shatters them with a single chop, dismissing them as petty tricks. Just then, an arrow flies toward him. It was shot by Hu. The envoy scoffs, confident that a small arrow cannot break through his chi force. But as the arrow stops just short of his chest, Hu smirks and says that this much is enough. The arrowhead splits open and releases a puff of smoke, which the envoy inhales. He cries out in pain as the smoke hits his eyes, blinding him. Lu seizes the opportunity and rushes forward, landing a devastating punch. A massive explosion engulfs the envoy. As the smoke clears, Lu wonders if it is over. The envoy is on the ground, nursing his injured nose. He growls that it seems he has been exposed thanks to that dog Zhao Hongyuan. Otherwise, they would not have come so prepared. He takes a small, glowing orb from his robes. He sneers that he will not let a single one of them go. As he holds the orb, it was suddenly hit by arrow of Hu points out that his wolf smoke great pill is gone and tells him to surrender now. The envoy smirks, realizing that Zhao Hongyuan must have told them about that as well. He laughs and asks who said that was actually a pill. He pops the small orb into his mouth, revealing that it was hidden under his tongue the entire time. Hu and Lu are shocked, wondering when he put it in his mouth. The envoy swallows, and his body begins to contort and change. Purple, crackling energy envelopes him, and he transforms into a monstrous, fanged creature. He unleashes a powerful shockwave of energy and asks if they can withstand the power of latest-stage wolf smoke. Wade leads a horse as he and Su walk toward the Zhao residence at the end of the street. Wade urges his 4th senior brother to hurry. As they near the house, they both feel an eerie presence. Su exclaims that it is coming from their 3rd senior brother's side and that they are in trouble. In the distance, an explosion rips through a section of the house. At the now ruined courtyard, Lu Gang faces the transformed envoy, Huang Zijuan. Lu mutters that cults are cults, after all, always making themselves look like neither human nor ghost. Huang Zijuan laughs, calling them a bunch of hypocrites acting all noble. He sneers that the remnants of the former dynasty being neither human nor ghost is what they always wanted to see. He has a flashback to a chaotic past where his village was burned and soldiers were hunting down remnants of the former dynasty. A woman, his mother, had told him to live well before she died. He was later found by the Ghost Mother sect. The Holy Mother of the sect had said that every one of them shall devote their lives to her. She commented on how it is not easy for such a small one to survive. She took him as her disciple and gave him the new name Huang Zijuan. In the present, Huang Zijuan unleashes a powerful blast of purple energy, which clashes with Lu Gang's attack. On nearby, who curses, saying that in this situation he cannot even aim properly. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling his name. It is senior brother Su and Xiaojiu Wade, who have arrived at the scene. Who tells Su that he could not help senior brother Lu. Su tells him it is all right and says to leave it to him. He takes the bow and prepares to fire. Wade watches the clash of powers, amazed at what a wolf smoke battle is like. He thinks that it is too overwhelming. In the heart of the battle, Lu Gang knows he will not last long and must find a way to break the stalemate. He thinks that the weak spot should be at the heart and that he must create a gap for his junior brothers. Suddenly, an arrow flies past his head and strikes Huang Zijuan directly in the chest. Lu finds it strange, thinking that the arrow does not feel like it has the power of his fourth brother. Huang Zijuan laughs, boasting that the arrows cannot even scratch his chi force. And indeed several more arrows have bounced off his body. Lu now understands that Su is misleading him, who takes a position to fire while Su also draws his bow. Lu charges, focusing his energy into a single powerful strike. He stabs Huang Zijuan directly in his still wounded chest. The envoy is shocked by the attack. Su exclaims that now is the time and releases a massive, glowing green arrow. A flashback shows a young Huang Zijuan asking his master, the Holy Mother of the sect, why they cannot live openly under the sun. The Holy Mother explains that they are remnants of the old era, and that this era has no place for them because someone has taken what rightfully belonged to them. The young Zijuan vows that no matter what, one day he will make them pay the price in the present. The empowered arrow slams into Huang Zijuan's chest. He coughs up a spray of blood and gasps. Questioning how this is possible, Wade realizes what has happened. He understands that the first arrow Su shot had deliberately weakened power to numb Huang Zijuan, making him think it was shot by who is a fourth-stage brother. Then, the second arrow was immediately fired with the peak power of the galloping horse stage. Wade thinks to himself that it seems he still has a lot to learn. Defeated, Huang Zijuan collapses amidst the rubble. The arrow still lodged in his chest. Lu Gang declares that it is over. He orders Xiao Si and the others to bind him with the blue steel chain. As Hu wraps the chains around the captive, he explains that the chain was specially made for wolf smoke stage martial artists. Wade looks on in amazement, thinking that wolf smoke martial artists are terrifying, as Huang Zijuan's heart is shattered, and yet he is still alive. Su cheerfully pats Wade on the shoulder and tells his junior brother not to be scared by the sight, adding that these cults just love looking like neither human nor ghost. Overhearing this, Huang Zijuan laughs weakly, repeating the phrase, neither human nor ghost. He asks if they have ever lived in a cave where sunlight never reaches all year round, or if they have ever crawled out from a pile of corpses. He screams that all he ever wanted was to live openly under the sun, and that pampered people like them know nothing. Su coldly tells him not to try to justify his evil deeds as righteousness. He says the things Huang Zijuan did destroyed countless families, causing so many children to lose their fathers and so many fathers to lose their children. He seethes that Huang Zijuan should not try to glorify his selfish desires. Su leans in close, telling him that instead of pity, he just wants to break his limbs right now and dig out his heart to feed to the dogs. Wade is taken aback by his senior brother's intense reaction. Lu Gang sighs and explains that senior brother Su is also one of the orphans from the villages wiped out by the Ghost Mother sect. Huang Zijuan stares at Su as if recognizing him. Su lunges for him again, but Lu steps in to stop him, saying that it is time to escort the prisoner back to the martial hall. With their prisoner now securely bound, Lu puts an arm around Su, suggesting that he treat him to a drink later, who joins in, throwing his arm around Su's other shoulder, adding that he will show off his skills. Su grumbles that he is going to be crushed between them. Wade watches his senior brothers with a warm smile, thinking that this is a feeling he has never felt before, not even in his past life. Lu calls out to Xiaojiu, telling him that he should come. Too surprised, Wade can only reply, sure. At an underwater cave, Chunky the catfish is fast asleep on a large leaf, a piece of lotus roots still in its fins. It dreams of its master looking angry, which startles it awake. Chunky looks around, realizes it was just a dream, and lets out a puff of air. It rubs its eyes, picks up its small woven basket, and gives its own cheeks a few slaps to wake itself up. Now full of energy, Chunky sets off. It swims into a bed of seaweed and spots its target, a beautiful, horned, red and white spirit fish. With glowing red eyes, Chunky hides and prepares to ambush it. The spirit fish senses a presence just as Chunky lunges, yelling for it to get in the bowl now. The quick-thinking spirit fish darts away, and Chunky smashes headfirst into the rocky ground. It lies dazed on the riverbed, annoyed that it missed. Chunky remembers its master's advice not to transform randomly, or people from Hebo's office might notice. Frustrated, it lets out a sigh. Lying on the ground, it recalls another piece of advice from its master. If brute force does not work, try winning with wits. Suddenly an idea strikes Chunky. Swims off. The spirit fish is on guard. Watching it go, then its eyes widen in shock. Chunky returns, now wearing a pair of shells like a bra, and begins to dance seductively. The spirit fish stares in horror before simply turning around and swimming away, as if having made a firm decision. In the weeds nearby, Fist the crab and Stubby the crocodile burst out laughing. Utterly dejected, Chunky turns and sulks in embarrassment. After some time in the martial hall, a shirtless Wade is training, but thinks to himself that he absolutely cannot calm down. He reflects that ever since they handed over Huang Zijuan a few days ago, the mistress exchanged the Zhao family estate deed for hard silver and gave it to each of them. He flashes back to the moment he received a pouch with 3 ingots, realizing with a shocked expression that it is 150 taels of fine silver, not ordinary silver. He thinks about how generous the mistress is. In a comedic aside, he rapidly calculates in his head that 1 tael of fine silver is more valuable, making his 350 tael ingots worth a total of about 1,572 taels of regular silver. Hu and Su watch him, with Su commenting that this is probably the first time his junior brother has seen so much money and has gotten overwhelmed. Hu agrees. Back in the present, Wade continues his training, thinking that after this period of following his senior brothers to eliminate other mountain spirits, his own strength has stabilized as well. He channels a red aura and senses that although he has not officially broken through the flesh stage, he can already feel that the day is not far off. Su arrives, commenting that his junior brother is truly diligent. Wade happily greets his 4th senior brother. Su informs him that their master has returned and is calling them over to discuss merits and hand out rewards. Wade is surprised, asking if there are more rewards. Later, the disciples are all gathered for a meal around a large table with 2 captives, one of whom is Huang Zijuan, tied to pillars behind them. Huang Zijuan shouts that he will kill Zhao Hongyuan and calls them despicable, vile bastards. Su asks if they really have to eat while being watched by these 2 thieves. Dong Tong explains that it was arranged by the mistress. Su playfully teases Dong Tong, asking why he is even there when she was not at the Zhao residence battle. He tells him not to say it like that, as he and senior brother Zhao were on another mission that day. Wade comments on how amazing he feels the mistress is, having arranged everything in the Yang residence perfectly. Lu Gang asks if his junior brother still does not know what the mistress family name represents. Wade asks about her surname. Lu explains that her surname is Su, a prominent name in Huangzhou. He goes on to say that during the time of the great ancestor, her family produced a grand secretary and several ministers, and that the master and his wife were even matched by Grand Marshal Su Wenju himself. He adds that the mistress' father is none other than Su Rongguang, a 3rd-rank official and imperial banquet minister. Wade sheepishly comments that the mistress marrying their master would be considered marrying below her station. Lu warns him to be careful or their master might skin him alive. Just then, a servant announces that the master and mistress have arrived. Master Yang Dongxiong addresses his disciples, telling them that he has heard everything and they all did well. He says that, as for the 2 thieves, they will be handed over to the authorities this afternoon. The chained Huang Zijuan defiantly tells them to kill or flay him, as he does not care. He warns that their sect has many members and countless experts, and that they will all be punished eventually. Yang Dongxiong looks at him with contempt, calling them a backwards organization that does not even understand the concept of sustainability. He calls them utterly foolish and tells Huang Zijuan that he is alive only because he is still useful. Otherwise, he would not have let him live this long. Huang Zijuan was shocked hearing that. Yang Dongxiong then tells his disciples that after the upcoming Trisect Tribunal, they will all be greatly rewarded. He also says there is something regarding Xiaojiu. He presents a wooden box. He explains that this item is a gift from his senior brother that arrived at the courier station yesterday, and he brought it along. Wade wonders who this senior brother is. The scene shifts to a group of soldiers on a city wall. One of them questions his captain for giving away the reward he just got by taking down a late Wolf Smoke stage general. Others chime in, saying the captain is really generous and that they have all had their eyes on that item for ages, telling him he better not play favorites. The captain scoffs, saying he knows what these military thugs are thinking. He promises that drinks are on him when they get back, to the delight of his soldiers. He looks off into the distance, wondering if Xiaojiu will like this gift. Back in the present, Wade opens the box and a green, ethereal mist rises from it. He stares in awe at its contents. It is an ornate, sheathed dagger emitting a faint glow, a spiritual weapon. The narration explains that every spiritual weapon is a unique existence, possessing the trait of growing alongside its master. This grants them an unshakable status in the world of weaponry, and possessing one is considered an immense stroke of luck for any martial artist. Given the rarity of the materials and the scarcity of smiths who can forge them, Wade looks down at the dagger in disbelief, thinking that he now possesses two of them. He unsheathes the weapon, a fine dagger named Azure Wolf. He realizes that this weapon will fully cover his weakness in close combat. He now feels that he will no longer be limited by the environment in any kind of battle. Having missed several classes lately because of the Mountain Ghost incident, Wade thinks it is time to return to the academy. He arrives on the academy grounds and begins practicing, struggling to pronounce the phonetic system correctly. As he practices, a voice calls out to Liang Chu. He turns to see his teacher, Isai Hinji. The teacher notes that he is finally here and mentions hearing about his recent deeds. Wade feels ashamed and offers an apology. Isai Hinji assures him that it is fine and tells him to come quickly to meet the dean, explaining that they have made some improvements to the phonetic system. He also clarifies that the dean is the head of the academy, similar to a principal in his previous world. Inside a beautiful academy pavilion, they meet the dean, Zhao Jishu. The dean addresses him as Liang Chu and expresses how his invention of the phonetic system truly astonished him. Wade greets him respectfully. The dean dismisses the formalities and invites him to look at the improved version he and Isai Hinji created. Wade examines the document, noting that this version has fewer characters, with only 63 compared to his 76 sounds. He sees that among them are 23 initials, 24 finals, and 16 holistic syllables. He is deeply impressed, thinking that the dean is brilliant and has created a true upgrade to the system. He recognizes that this elder is no ordinary man. Wade expresses his admiration, stating that this version is much better than his own. The dean humbly replies that Wade is the one who should be admired, since without his system, they would still be stuck explaining characters with other characters. He informs Wade that they have submitted his achievement to the dean's own teacher, and that with this master's recommendation, his chances of gaining a title will be much higher. Wade thanks them both for the recommendation. He thinks that having a powerful background makes things easier and wonders who the dean's master is. The dean explains that he has never mentioned his teacher's name before. He then describes the power structure of the imperial capital. At the very top sits the reigning emperor. Beneath him are the 3 halls, 2 pavilions, and the 5 grand academicians. The dean reveals that his teacher is none other than Grand Academician Li Haobai, one of the 5. He is confident that his teacher, who highly praised the phonetic system in a letter, has the ability to persuade his majesty. The dean laments that Dacian's profound culture acts as a towering wall hindering new ideas, but states that Wade's phonetic system has struck the wheel of this era squarely. Wade asks about the other 4 academicians and the Emperor's intentions. The dean reassures him that there is no need to worry about the Emperor's reaction, as His Majesty has always embraced new ideas. As for the dean's teacher, a flashback begins. In the grand imperial capital, the Emperor had dismissed his court. Just as the grand academicians were about to leave, one remained. It was Li Haobai, the scholar of the Literary Abyss Pavilion. He addressed the Emperor, stating that he had something to report. He stated his wish to recommend a new enlightenment method that surpassed character cutting. He explained that it was called the phonetic system. Inside the magnificent diligent governance hall, the air is thick with tension as the court debates. A formal assembly is underway, but it has devolved into a heated argument. 2 grand academicians, Nian Xiaoguang and Zhang Zi, stand in fierce opposition to Li Haobai's proposal. Zhang Zi's voice booms as he declares the idea absurd. He passionately asks His Majesty how the sacred ancestral methods could possibly be replaced by such baseless things. Adding his voice to the protest, Nian Xiaoguang turns on Li Haobai, demanding to know if he even understands the fundamental reasoning behind a nation's foundation. Another scholar, Su Yijing, scoffs at Li Haobai, derisively asking the younger man if he even knows what reform means. Unfazed by the hostility, Li Haobai calmly replies that in his professional opinion, the phonetic system is indeed superior to the old, cumbersome method of segmented characters. His statement sends a shockwave through the court, and the other scholars are visibly outraged. Zhang Zi points an accusing finger at Scholar Su, shouting that he is deliberately demeaning the profound wisdom of Great Shen's ancestors. Nian Xiaoguang adds a veiled threat, wondering aloud if Scholar Su would dare speak such words during the time of the previous dynasty, Great Xian. Throughout the escalating argument, the Emperor remains silent on his high throne, his face unreadable in the deep shadows. Another scholar rises, arguing that Great Shen's refusal to change will only lead them down the same disastrous path as Great Xian. Seeing his opportunity, Li Haobai steps forward to address the court directly. He reminds them of the Emperor's youth, when he ventured alone into the lands of the northern barbarians and voyaged south to the South Seas, all to experience the lives of the common people firsthand. Li Haobai declares that His Majesty does not fear reform. What he fears is a method that remains stagnant and unchangeable. He then launches into a critique of the old system. He highlights its immense complexity, with its over 400 initial sounds and more than 1,000 finals. He boldly asks the assembled scholars how many long years it took them to recognize just half of those characters. The scholars begin to whisper amongst themselves, their outrage momentarily silenced by the pointed question. One finally admits that it must have taken 5 full years at the very least. With the court's attention now firmly in his grasp, Li Haobai delivers his final, powerful point. He reveals that with this new method, achieving literacy only takes half a year. The court erupts in disbelief once more, with many shouting that it is arrogant nonsense. Li Haobai confidently challenges them to test it for themselves if they doubt him. He then informs the Emperor that this method was devised by his own student, Liang Qiuyu. He describes him as a humble fisherman from the countryside who, despite his station, is astute and clever. Li Haobai concludes by stating his firm belief that this revolutionary method is worthy of an invention award and a title of nobility for its creator. The Emperor finally speaks. He simply says that he sees and finds this Liang Qiu to be an interesting person. He announces that he will test this phonetic system personally. He commands that the 6th prince will be the one to try it out. With that decision made, the court is dismissed back at the Yang residence. Wade's master is explaining the concept of the destiny pattern. He tells Wade that to report to the imperial capital, his information must be complete, and a destiny pattern is a required entry for all martial artists. He explains that while it is not an absolute measure of one's future, a destiny pattern is a rare and precious opportunity. He concludes by saying that those with unique destiny patterns are considered to be blessed by the heavens. They are chosen by destiny itself. The master explains that a destiny pattern is not a predestined outcome, but rather a pattern of fate. He elaborates that encountering wind transforms it into a tiger, while encountering rain transforms it into a dragon. He states that the better the destiny pattern, the greater a person's achievements will be, and for martial artists it indicates stronger power. He concludes that a destiny pattern can reveal a lot of information, and acting according to it often yields twice the result with half the effort. He goes on to provide examples. He says that people with high-ranking destiny patterns often possessed both main and partial seals. The youngest martial saint, Zhang Longxiang, bore 2 seals, the main seal of the Pillar God Mountain and the partial seal of the menacing owl spirit seizing food. This indicated that to achieve fame and success, he had to endure extreme calamities. The narration confirms that in the 13 years that followed, Zhang Longxiang was ambushed in the northern wasteland, where he fought alone against 3 experts, killing 2 and injuring 1, displaying the invincible talent of a martial saint. The master also mentions the Yuanji martial saint, who was slain by Zhang Longxiang because he refused to surrender. He recalls how the battleground of the 2 saints was so drenched in blood that it transformed the living beings there into spirit beasts and creatures. The master clarifies that destiny patterns are not immutable, as people's constellations influence each other. Wade asks how a destiny pattern is measured. The master reveals that the key lies in the ash from incense that has had fate patterns burned into it. The stronger the incense's spiritual energy and the longer it has been kept, the better the effect. He informs Wade that he has prepared a special fate pattern incense on New Year's Eve, which has been preserved for 5 years. He adds that unfortunately, it still lacks one crucial ingredient, the centennial precious fish essence blood. Wade asks what precious fish essence blood is. The master explains that naturally born treasures of heaven and earth carry the fortune of the heavens, and their inner essence blood contains what is known as fortune energy. He states that it is an indispensable element in measuring destiny patterns. He tells Wade that he has already entrusted someone to inquire about it, but now it all depends on luck. Wade thanks his master. He thinks that while he may not be able to get other things when it comes to finding precious fish, he is an expert. He resolves that before anything else, he needs to buy a suitable boat, because the place he is heading this time is different from before. He arrives at a dock, recalling how his previous boat was smashed the day he witnessed 2 mighty spirit beasts fighting. He arrives at a boat rental place. He notes that in this era, the boat business is mostly controlled by the fish pens, and fishermen who cannot afford to buy boats usually rent them. A man approaches, asking the young man if he is looking for a boat. He shows Wade several vessels, boasting that they are brand new and pointing out their tung oil finish. He offers them at a great, inexpensive price, adding that the first 3 months of rental are completely free. Wade observes the boats and sees that while they look good, many parts have been secretly refurbished, and he deduces they must belong to fishermen who had no choice but to rent out their old boats. Just then, a man, Lin Fuyun, arrives with his son, Lin Songbao, and another man, Lin Meng. Lin Fuyun calls out to Lord Liang Jiao, asking if he is the 9th disciple of Master Liang. Lin Meng adds that he has long heard his son, Songbao, say that Yixing has produced an outstanding individual, and seeing him today, he confirms that he is truly a fine young man. He asserts that Wade is the heroic warrior who killed over 100 mountain ghosts. Lin Fuyun tells his son to quickly greet Uncle Liang. The boy does so. Wade politely asks Master Lin to just call him by his name. Lin Fuyun assumes he has come for something important and quickly makes a business proposition. He asks his dear nephew to become a patron of his fish pens, and in return he offers 20, then quickly 30% of the fish pen's income, along with the best boat they have. Wade simply says no. Lin Fuyun is surprised and asks why. Wade explains that he understands the game he is playing, a world where the big fish eat the small. He continues that while he cannot control that, there is one thing Lin Fuyun does not understand. He is a fisherman too. He knows a good reputation can bring benefits, but only if one is capable. He could seek benefits for the fishermen, but once they get used to low rental fees, they would only grow to despise him if he were to officially join the fish pens, and his master would not approve. He states that he may be a good man but not that good. Lin Fuyun accepts his answer and says there is one more thing he hopes young Master Liang will agree to, and in return, he will still gift him a fine boat. Wade asks what it is. Lin Fuyun explains that lately, near their border with Shubu County, there have been frequent rumors of spirit beasts. On behalf of the Lin clan fish pens, he wishes to hire Wade to eliminate it. The narration explains that within the vast waters of Jianghuai Marsh lie countless treasures, but also innumerable dangers. The waters are divided into deep and shallow zones. The deep zone is treacherous but resource-rich, while the shallow zone is the limit for ordinary folk, where resources are scarce. Any intelligent demon entering the shallow zone must report to the River Lord. Otherwise, the Great Shun enforcers will punish them with expulsion or death. The narration continues with an example, explaining that Fist's mother came to the shallow zone to lay her eggs safely, and the great battle of two supreme demons took place in the deep zone. Wade stands on his boat, reflecting that the demons Lin D mentioned are located at the border between the deep and shallow zones. He knows it is common for demons to wander into the shallow zone accidentally. He recalls secretly sending Baiyunang Dong and a fae around Xiong Town in Yixing City to cleanse the area. He thinks that almost all except the strongest were driven from the shallow zone, and these demons probably just strayed in by mistake, so their strength should not be extreme. He reminds himself, however, that the demons are just a side matter. He knows the important thing is that he is no longer an ordinary person limited to the shallow zone. He feels a surge of power. He notes his 70 fusion, a strength nearing the flesh-breaking stage, and is confident he can find more opportunities. He knows that 100-year treasure fish only spawn in the deep zone. With his resolve firm, he decides it is time to begin and leaps into the water. As he dives, he marvels that rare materials from the shallow zone are everywhere here, just as he expected. After searching for hours with his companions, he still has not found a target. Suddenly, he spots a patch of glowing blue plants, recognizing them as water essence grass. He notes that ordinary people could hold it in their mouth and survive underwater for half an hour. Then he sees a large shell, wondering if it is a usher shell, a top-tier ingredient only nobles can taste. He thinks it is too bad that none of this is his goal today and wonders if a fae has found anything. He then notices something moving in the waterweed ahead. He wonders what it is and swims closer from the weeds. A massive serpentine creature emerges, its body crackling with purple electricity. He realizes this is the 7-star eel. The narration explains that demons cannot maintain fixed power based on appearance. But any creature around the wolf smoke stage or below is called a demon because they are rarely seen. It continues that powerful high-level demons follow their own logic, avoiding shallow zones out of fear of Great Shun and because ordinary folk are like coarse rice to them. However, some wild-born treasure fish possess formidable strength. The eel lunges. Wade thinks its strength is still insufficient to challenge him. He meets the attack, using his ability to control nearly 900 pounds of water flow. The eel is trapped in the powerful current, unable to break free. Wade prepares to secure his fish, but in a flash, a massive, dark shape darts through the water and snatches the 7-star eel. Wade can only watch in shock as his prize is swallowed whole. He turns to see a monstrous, fish-like creature with glowing red eyes, wondering if this could be the demon Lin spoke of. He glares at the beast, enraged that it dared to swallow his fish, and vows that it will pay with its life. The young warrior reflects on his power. He thinks that every time the fusion rate increases, his physical quality takes a significant leap. Because of this, he has always looked forward to the transformation that comes with breaking through the flesh stage. He knows that losing the precious fish is a pity, but he sees this massive creature as an even greater opportunity. He feels that if he wants to break through the flesh stage and even evolve the swamp spirit, then he must eat this creature. With his mind made up, he decisively stomps on the riverbed, propelling himself forward as a powerful current erupts from his feet. He surges through the water toward the colossal beast, his aura flaring. The monster's massive red eye locks onto him as he closes the distance. It opens its gaping maw and lunges, charging through the water with blinding speed. Wade meets it hidden, summoning his strength and calling for his companion, Fist. On the seafloor below, the crab finds his master's discarded spear. With a mighty heave, Fist launches the weapon through the water. As the spear travels, Wade uses his water control to catch it mid-flight, deftly redirecting its path and arming himself for the battle. He leaps onto the creature's back and plants his feet firmly on its scales. As the monster thrashes, trying to shake him off, he calls for his other companion. Away. The insectoid beast darts through the water, its sharp legs slashing at the monster. The beast spins wildly, creating a massive whirlpool as his companions join the chaotic fray. The alligator, Stubby, latches onto the beast's flank with its powerful jaws, while Fist circles menacingly before diving in to land a devastating punch right in the monster's eye. With the beast reeling and distracted, Wade sees his chance. He grips his spear and leaps high above the fray, diving down with incredible speed. He lands a final, decisive blow, defeating the colossal creature. Floating in the water beside his victory, Wade notes that it was too easy, a total victory. He reflects that compared to his last major fight with the crab, not only did he avoid any injury this time, but he also took down the target effortlessly. He smiles, thinking about the incredible power he possesses when he goes all out. Stubby nudges his leg, reminding him of what comes next. Wade grins and affirms that it is time to divide the meat. Later, the group sits on the shore as chunks of the monster's meat cook over a crackling fire. Wade notes that the creature's body structure has a meat yield of less than 50, but thankfully, its large size means the amount of meat is more than sufficient. He picks up a cooked skewer, puffing his cheeks as he blows on the hot food. He wonders just how much water essence he will gain from this bite. After taking a large bite, a system notification appears, indicating that his water essence has increased by 22 points. Wade is astounded that just one small bite gave him so many points. With his mouth still full, he thinks about what this means for evolving the swamp spirit with newfound determination. He resolves that he is going to succeed tonight. A system notification appears in front of Wade. It informs him that his swamp spirit water monkey, White, is now fully fused. It then displays the requirements for the swamp spirit ascension, showing that he needed to obtain a trace of the river's favor and fully fuse with the swamp spirit water monkey. He sees that both conditions are marked as completed. Wade wonders where the river's favor came from, then suddenly remembers. He recalls that on the day of the river sacrifice, a notification had appeared after he made the offering. He thinks that by sheer luck, he has fulfilled all the requirements for ascension. He clenches his fist in excitement. He knows the next step is the swamp spirit ascension itself. He presses the glowing blue ascension button on the system interface. Energy swirls around him, crackling with power. He notes that this scene feels just like when the swamp spirit once favored him, and he wonders if what is about to happen is the same. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in shock. A powerful force slams him to his knees as red energy tears through his body. He grunts in pain, wondering what is happening. He questions if the ascension has failed. A new notification appears, declaring that the ascension was successful and he has integrated with a swamp spirit called Zhejuan. The system describes this as a naturally rare species, immensely powerful and beloved by rivers, which grants dragon tendons and tiger bones. As this happens, a spectral, serpentine beast of pure blue energy emerges from his body, coiling in the water around him. A final notification confirms he is now fused with both spirits and has comprehended two new innate skills, surfing water waves and water prison. He is also now blessed by water essence, which will slowly compensate for the shortcomings in water beast evolution. When the process is complete, he collapses, feeling as though his body is about to break apart. He checks his new system frame. It lists him as Cauldron Master Liang Chu, with his refined swamp spirit being Zhejuan, Azure at a 1 fusion rate. It shows his Zealing's favor is at the first stage of the martial path to divine rank, River Lord Emperor. His innate skills now include water leap, water control, water prison, and surfing water waves. His water essence is listed as none, and his river's favor is at 00001. He thinks that fortunately the reward was well worth it. He feels the new power of dragon tendons and tiger bones cleansing and rebuilding his body from the inside out. He knows the strength of his blood, and chi now gives him over 3 times the power he had before. He recalls that the flesh and skin stages had weak blood and chi, and that physical cultivation and medicinal meals were needed to stimulate progress. He remembers his master telling him that after reaching the bone stage, one could first practice internal methods to supplement external training and penetrate into the internal organs. A fiery pattern appears on his chest. He thinks that just as expected, he has indeed reached the bone stage. He feels the immense power, strong tendons, great strength, heavy bones, agile muscles, and marvels at how truly extraordinary the dragon tendons and tiger bones are. He reflects that without this ascension, the tripled blood would have made the breakthrough 3 times harder. He thinks that luckily, his master had always guided him in internal cultivation, so the power gained from the ascension came naturally to him. A new notification pops up. It informs him that his Taihua crocodile and his tigerhead catfish can both be evolved. He realizes that Badong and Ape can now evolve. Without hesitation, he commands the system to evolve them all. 2 glowing orbs of light envelop his companions on the shore. The spheres expand, crackling with golden energy before shattering. Another notification appears, stating that the Taihua crocodile consumed over 14,000 points of water essence to evolve into a horned crocodile. He looks at his newly evolved companion, now a massive armored beast with a prominent horn on its head. He wonders if Badong is about to turn into a dragon. A second notification shows that the tigerhead catfish also consumed over 14,000 points of water essence to evolve into a mighty tiger whale. Wade is amazed by the massive, powerful new forms of his companions. He checks his own status, realizing that fusion rates will now be 10 times more difficult than before, so using the remaining water essence for his own fusion is not cost-effective. Instead, he decides to go all in on his pets. With the blessing of water essence and the life force it nurtures, they can now slowly absorb essence while submerged, compensating for any deficiencies. Now that 2 beasts have evolved, he thinks that the remaining 2 must not fall behind, as no one can predict what dangers may lie ahead. He knows that these pets are his greatest trump card. He thinks that before he had no choice, but today he wants them all on the water. Wade revels in his newfound abilities, effortlessly surfing the waves on his boat. He thinks that this is what it truly means to soar over water and ride the waves, unlike his previous clumsy water control. He soon discovers, to his surprise, that his companions have also powered up. He calls for a Fei and Badong. Both beasts, he realizes, have actually acquired special skills. A Fei, the catfish, has evolved a skill similar to emitting high-frequency waves, while Badong, the alligator, can now apply a slow healing buff to everyone. He even practices his new water prison skill, manifesting massive aquatic beasts from the water. His crab, Quan, has now transformed into a rock-clawed crab, while a Fei remains a heavenly water centipede. Wade smiles, thinking that with these divine skills, fishing will never be a problem again. He checks his system status and sighs at the immense requirements for the next upgrade. He knows the path of cultivation is long and arduous. He decides he had better return to the fish pens to explain the situation to them. Meanwhile, 2 old men sit on the shore. One wonders if Lord Liangjiu will ever come back. The other says he was sent to wait for 3 days, but grimly adds that no one knows for sure, stating that it is always the best swimmers who end up drowning. He muses on how many warriors have died in the deep waters. Suddenly, the massive, slain head of the spirit beast crashes down on the shore before them. Wade appears, telling them to inform Lin Di that the spirit beast is slain and that they now owe each other nothing. He grabs his new boat and leaves the stunned old men behind. Back in a crowded market, Wade holds a few small fish, lamenting that he could not catch the precious fish he needed and that he will have to sell the others he caught. He then overhears a commotion and turns to see a crowd gathering around a fisherman named Old Shin, who has caught a large, beautiful blueback dragon carp. A man calls out to Wade using his nickname Ashui to see if it is a precious fish. Wade inspects it and confirms that it is indeed a precious fish, a century-old one worth at least 45 taels. The crowd gasps and Old Shun is overjoyed. Wade pulls out a pouch of coins and offers 50 taels for the fish, hoping the man will sell it to him. Old Shin refuses the money. He reminds Wade that he saved all of them during the river sacrifice and states that giving him the fish is the least he can do. Wade thinks that Uncle Shin is still the same kind man he has always been. A flashback shows a younger Wade near death from starvation. It was Uncle Shin who split a meat bun meant for his own children to feed him. Back in the present, Wade insists, leaving the money and taking the fish. Old Shin can only watch him go, reflecting on what a good young man Wade has become. Wade feels a rush of excitement, realizing the final ingredient is complete and now he just has to wait for New Year's to test his destiny pattern. On New Year's Eve, Wade stands before a wall of memorial tablets with his master, who prays that the spirits of his old comrades will continue to watch over the disciples of the Yang clan. Wade wonders if these are his master's old battlefield companions. His master turns to him and tells Xiaojiu that it is time to test his destiny pattern. In a quiet room, a table is set for a ritual. The narration explains that the blood sacrifice ritual can connect to one's destiny pattern. Wade holds a knife and slices his own thumb. His master, Yang Dongxiong, instructs him to put just a drop of blood into the bowl and not too much. The ash from the fate incense is mixed into a bowl of seal ink. The master tells Wade to use his right hand and press it straight down without shaking, as the clearer the mark, the better the reading. Wade presses his hand into the ink. When he removes it, the bloody mark he leaves behind has formed a perfect circle. A massive wave of red energy explodes outward. When the light fades, Lu and Hu are in awe. Hu exclaims that his junior brother has both major and minor seals complete. Lu agrees, saying their junior brother truly possesses a destined pattern. Su adds that while normal people have 2 blank seals, and having one signifies potential, Wade has 2 filled seals. Lu observes that the minor seal on the left looks like a river. Su finds this odd, asking why a minor seal would be an inanimate object instead of a fierce spirit. Who points out that the major seal on the right is a monkey and questions what kind of fierce spirit that could be. Su notices something even stranger and states that his junior brother's major and minor seals are reversed. This observation leads him to a realization, and he suggests that the minor seal is not a river. Who asks if it is a dragon, and indeed, upon closer inspection, it has a split tail. Wade is confused and asks his master what this all means. Yang Dongxiong looks grimly at the seals and states that this particular seal is extremely ominous. He explains that this minor seal is of the dragon crossing river's fate, which has 2 interpretations. According to legend, a snake becomes a flood dragon after 500 years and a true dragon after 1,000 years. The first interpretation is that his junior brother will endure great trials and eventually become a great dragon among men. The other interpretation, however, is that someone else's ascension to dragonhood will directly clash with his junior brother's own fate. His companions are worried, but Wade calmly reassures them. He declares that whether he crosses the rivers or is crossed by them, it proves that he, Liang Chu, is not a mediocre waste. Yang Dongxiong smiles and says that is well said, predicting that the young man who once fought 7 opponents alone will eventually become a dragon soaring through the skies. He admits the major seal is beyond his explanation, except that its elemental nature is water. He notes that since the minor seal is also of water, it will bring great fortune in watery terrain, which is a classic case of fortune and misfortune being intertwined. He cautions Wade that destiny is never fixed and that he should not aim too high with a great fate nor take fierce omens lightly. He says he will report this destiny pattern to the authorities and they will see what reward comes from it. Wade thanks his master for reading his fate, promising he will remember this for the rest of his life. He thinks that he is so confident because he knows this seal by heart. He recognizes that this is not just any fierce monkey, but the ancient fierce god Waziki. He thinks that with the swamp cauldron, no one can steal what belongs to him. Inside the diligent governance hall, a hand unrolls a scroll detailing a dragon crossing river's fate. The report mentions a boy born by the great swamp waters, a detail which fits the fate. A shadowed figure ponders whether this boy is the one crossing the river or the one being crossed over. In the imperial capital, the great Shun emperor holds the same report. He finds it interesting and wonders who, in the end, will truly become the dragon. He looks at the report intently, questioning if this Liang Chu is truly worthy of his expectations.